G'day, Richard, and whoever else is out there. Yes, always. 4 people. Yeah. And we're there at the end. Oh, Jonathan had to jump in. G'day, Jonathan. Hello, just watched up with the other live stream you posted. I have some questions today. Put them in now. Put them in now. Before other people turn up, and we run out of time. Me taking my time answering things and going in a bit more depth, which does take time. Coffee requirements as well. Yeah, so it's was a shorter session today. I didn't manage to get through very, very much. G'day, Tom. And hopefully I fell asleep during the last live stream. Sorry, Roy. Disappointed in you, Mousy. Disappointed. One, do you have a subscription thing that you can donate money? Not really. Oh, mate, look, I'll set up something. I do have to cover now the Zoom fund and a few other things, expenditures that are coming out of my pocket currently. So I'll set something up because there are things that I need to do, upgrade my computer, do a number of things, but that's my responsibility anyway to upgrade my computer. I don't expect other people to do that. But the Zoom sessions, yes, I would appreciate people sort of, it means I do take time. I use a lot of my time on the Saturdays when I do occasionally. So I'm looking at doing one or twice, like every fortnight, a Zoom session. This time I did it more often. Thank you, Richard. And I suspect that's for the Zoom fund. But at the same time, that's one way. Yes, it is. But yeah, I'll get something sorted out one of these days. So yeah, it's sort of a strange time with a lot of things. It was interesting to hear what was happening. I did just watch. G'day, Kate. I was just watching. I finished slightly about what was it, about a bit over an hour now. It is when I finished Bart's live stream. I did watch his other one. And I just finished that. And I did do an hour and a half long walk. I got all my laundry done as well. So, I mean, like a mad dog trying to get everything done. So in the last, what was it, about 5 hours, I did get everything done in the end. And now all of it's hung up and drying. So, yeah, thanks, Kate. Appreciate it. And oh, ever seen that? Bit of like a samurai soldier. Very nice. She gave me a samurai soldier, mate. There you go. She thinks very highly of me. Konnichiwa. Anyway, let's move on. Would you go on a carnival cast hosted by Scott? Scott who? You would make an excellent interviewee. And thirdly, I've sent my email to you 3 times. I haven't received a response 3 months ago. Oh, did you? Send me another one. I sometimes, a lot of people send me a lot of things and I sometimes miss things. I do it on a Wednesday night and it's a quick, and sometimes I do miss that stuff. So, yeah, sorry about that, Jonathan. Just sometimes happens. So send me an email again. And who is this Scott person? Never heard of him. Just eating my steak. Thank you, Jonathan. And a nice little head with a few, a circular head. Nice way of viewing me. Dom, good to see you, mate. Yes. How was the remaining of the night of the babysitting last night? I know you were on and off with your Zoom. Did he eventually get to sleep? Just got up. Yeah, it was a long session we had, and then on top of that, you're babysitting as well. So that would have kept you quite busy. Sure, we'll do. Search Carnival Cast. Is that what it's called? He has interviews with scientists and carnival community folk on YouTube. Okay. Harry, how does one know if one has casein intolerance? I'm pretty sure that it was what bothers me. You can actually go and actually do a sensitivity check test. I know a lot of naturopaths do them, so they will actually put things like peanuts and casein and a number of things, and they will actually sensitize your skin. There's a skin sensitization. There's also something that you drink as well to see whether inflammatory markers appear. There's a couple of different tests that do exist, but you'd have to go and see a naturopath. MDs are useless when it comes to these sort of things. Go and see a naturopath and try and find a non-vagunarized one. Sort of a general, type. You may even find a low carb one if you're lucky, and basically do a proper test to see, whether you do have or don't. A lot of people, if they do have any intolerance, it's usually to A1 in that regard, and usually can be rectified with in a lot of people with lactoferrin. So, raw milk is better than pasteurized. I think because of the alteration to some of the effects on the actual proteins themselves. It's all hypothetical. We don't really have good science. And then the sort of effects that are sending that, what is it called, the BM, whatever it's called, 7, that also is an issue with leaky gut more than anything else. Malabsorption issues and stuff like that. So it's hard to say that one. But you do need to do some sort of test to find out. Once you know, then get back to me. So then I'll give you some options. Didn't sleep much last night. Well, you're babysitting, and also having a long session with me. It ended up being 7 hours. I couldn't believe it when I. Bloody hell. See what the problem with the carnivore diet is? You get too much endurance. That's the problem, isn't it, Robert? Too much damn endurance. Tiny keyboard. AG, good to see you, mate. How to get raw milk in Melbourne? Impossible. Impossible? Really? What's happening? You should be able to. If you go Made by Cow to the website, you should be able to get the local providers looking at where can you buy it. So they've got and it'll actually give you the local IGA stores and all that. Even some Woolies stores now in some states do. I'm not sure about Melbourne. I haven't looked, but in Western, hold on, let me just hold back. I think it was New South Wales. There were some Woolies outlets that were actually had it. There was an IGA store, I think my sister said when she was in Perth, in Fremantle, that had it. And there was, so it depends on, so if Blink is around, that's where to look and all that. Yes. I noticed I did 45 minutes of bright light exposure this morning versus usual 20 to 30, and my eyes seem less sensitive to light right now at 12 a.m. Yep. Does have a big effect because you're really synchronizing your internal clocks. Big effect. We don't realize how much it has. It does have a big effect. I get out in the morning quickly, then I get back in, get myself all prepared and all that, and then end up going to work. So, but that's still morning by the time, I'm not getting into a car, I'm not getting into a bus, I'm walking. So, additional 20 odd minutes. And then morning tea, I go back out, pop out again. Then I pop out again at lunchtime, afternoon tea, constantly to try and get myself in the sun, in the light. So my internal clocks can, set themselves up properly. So, yeah, it's an issue with our indoor living. There is a company that's actually developing indoor lighting that actually lights. There's a new Circadian. Actually, the company that actually produced the blue light bulbs and all that, they've got a new Circadian bulb now for $45 compared to their regular $30 buck. I'm considering getting one. I did get a replacement because I broke the other one of them accidentally, and I had to get a replacement red one. But yeah, I'm sort of considering now these circadian rhythm stuff ones. So I just want to work out what's involved, because they talk about they adjust it, and I'm not sure they've got I think you have to change the light switches and stuff like that. So yeah, I need to do a bit of research on it before I recommend anything, because it may require electricians and all sorts of things. So it could be issues relating to it. It may not be a straightforward thing. But yeah, there are things. Look, one can only hope in the future that buildings are built with circadian rhythm in mind, and they've got lighting that adjusts throughout the whole day. But yes, that would be fantastic, going on internal clocks. So I'm just trying to see if I can get away from not wearing blue blocking. Not when it comes to screen time, definitely not. As much less absolute necessary. Yeah, look, if you're on a if you're looking at a screen, you gotta wear this stuff. Simple as that. Even small exposures like a couple of minutes can mean it can actually put your clock out by 30 minutes or more. So, and it can actually take up to an hour to reset properly. So yeah, it's not. Yeah, it's a bugger, basically. Why do you think they said no Astra for under 60s? It's the clotting factors. Well, is there real good science for it? No. Basically, they just noticed there were more clotting factors in people who are middle-aged than older people. That could be for a lot of factors. It could be basically that older people tend to have less derangements. That's why they're still alive in an older age, where where middle-aged people have been eating kibble and crap far more than what the older people have. So the older people had a much healthier diet for a large part of their life. The baby boomers in the 50s, 60s, and 70s are already still eating a lot of animal foods, and it was only in their later years that they started bastardizing their food. So they tend to be less insulin resistant compared to the middle-aged people. The middle-aged people tend to be more morbidly obese, tend to have higher rates of diabetes, insulin resistance, and all that. So I think it's more related to those factors. And all they've done is they've looked at epidemiology, research, and said, oh, these people seem to be more associated with that. Oh, they must be more at risk. No, there are more incidents. That doesn't tell you about risk. All it's telling you about incidents. You haven't determined the causal inference because you haven't established it. And that's what they haven't bloody done. As Bart would say, they haven't bloody done to determine that because they're ignoring all these other factors that are very important that we identify and we understand in the low carb sort of community, the broader low carb community. We understand this, but the general type community out there that doesn't understand the Randall cycle and many other things, they don't recognize these things. So they look at epidemiology and they go, oh, these are more at risk. Why would they be? They are humans with very similar genetics. I mean, that's just illogical. The real reason is that basically people that are under 6, that are in that middle age, are less healthy. Simple as that. They've been eating kibble crap for far longer than their grandparents. So that's the reason basically. Yes. That's why epidemiology can be absolutely useless when it's trying to look at multiple variables at the same time. It can really show you really false associations and ignore other relationships that may be causal and drivers, which are being missed completely, that only clinical studies can identify. Anyway, you know what they say, mouse. Tiny keyboards, tiny, fluffy rainbows. Yes, that was a classy insult. Let's move on. Before Richard, I can't be too nasty to Richard. Did give me a donation earlier, so let's move on. No problems. Ooze. Too much ice cream. You did bring some ice cream around, didn't you, today? And now you're having a jab at the ice cream eaters. Say no more. But it was very creamy. I did enjoy it. I did try a bit before I put it in the fridge, in the deep fridge. Very creamy. Yes. Definitely thank Baby for the suggestions. Very nice. Greetings to you as well. This keyboard is all for, as well for typing. The key Trouble Naps Blues. I used to have a game keyboard in my excessive playing games days, and it used to be one of those which were like a bit of a typewriter type, really heavy, ding 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 ding. Really good if you're actually like a maniac on a keyboard with a mouse, trying to own the other ones in a first person shooter type game. I used to be pretty good. Very dexterous. I just can't keep up with the young kids anymore. They're just too fast for me. Let alone they play dirty. The old man, let's just go for him. It's just, no strategy, no nothing. It's just like mayhem. So yes, not enjoyable as it used to be. We used to really work out really good strategies, my friends, when we used to play. Anyway, yes, pretty much. But no RSI, very strong muscle, strong fingers. Yes, we don't want soft keyboards. We want, yes, that's it. But I want rawer than that. Oh, can't help you. You can always get the, lactobacillus bacteria, and just put them in the actual milk, the stuff that gets lost, the beneficial parts. That's an option, Kate. It's always an option. More about keyboards. Don't talk to those people. Never claim anything. G'day, Angela. Hello, Harry, and good people here. Big regret. Missed Zoom yesterday. Planning more. Okay. Were you one of those people that said, yes, I would love to see a Zoom and didn't turn up? We only had about 8 at max. Anyway, it was still good. We had fun. We chatted about a lot of things. Harry, I've heard people say if side effects from vaccines don't come up within a few weeks, months, it is extremely likely to affect the person in the long term. Garbage. As I showed in that, what was it? Something about, you know, do you want to take a jab or what? Something about the getting the jab sort of thing. I forget the title of my videos. How bad is that? OG. But up to 2 years within oncology for this technology, up to 2 years. So you can have recurring on and off. You can basically get a number of viruses reactivated. You can actually have a number of other side effects that can actually emerge at a later stage. So it's really unclear what the outcomes are going to be in the future because we've got no 5 to 7 year research. So none of us know. All we're doing is extrapolating from the oncology research. That's all I'm doing. I'm not claiming anything. I'm extrapolating and saying, are you willing to take the risk, the Russian roulette risk? I'm not. You know, we may be proven, I'd rather be proven wrong rather than take something and then it happening and be proven right. So that's why, unlike the government that mandates or wants to recommend or tell you to take something which could be potentially a risk to your health, I don't. I say to you, wait for Novavax, which on paper seems to be much safer for your vax passport. Yes, and don't forget to send a message to your commissar that you're very happy with their instructions for your V passport. And make sure you give them the right salute and everything else, and do basically proselytize yourself and make sure you show homage to your illustrious leaders, and all that. Do all that. Yes, nothing wrong with that. But ultimately, all coronaviruses are much better successfully dealt with vitamin D. Why take the risk? So, generally speaking, if people don't need to travel, don't need to hold on to a job or whatever else, just keep the vitamin D. If you need to travel and all that, the least problematic, even though it hasn't gone through a 5 to 7 year trial period, polio went up to 30 years, give us a break before it was mass used. You don't mass use stuff that hasn't been tested properly. That's irresponsible. It's unethical. Here's these people that lecture us about ethics and are the most unethical and violating the, human rights, violating things like the Nuremberg Code on medical practice. They literally have trampled on everything, and they have the audacity to lecture us. I'm not an anti-vaxxer. You guys know I showed you my vaccination booklet. I've done heaps of vaccinations. I don't have a problem with vaccinations. My issue is I have a problem when governments basically think that they can run shotgun over procedures that are required and have been used in the past to determine the efficacy, long-term efficacy of a specific intervention. That's how it's supposed to work. What do you think when you go into the hospital? They actually don't put you under duress. They ask you to basically sign here to allow for an intervention to happen, a surgical or whatever. And also they explain to you all the risks because they're required to, because it is unethical otherwise. And there is basically the Hippocratic Oath, do no harm. It's quite clear. These people are basically criminals and disrespectful of these underlying principles. They violated them, showed absolute disrespect towards the general public, and demonized a whole lot of good, hardworking people in our community that basically just saying, I'm not going to put something experimental into myself. Now, there is a couple of, there's quite a few anti-vaxxers amongst them that are just on the lunatic fringe in terms, some of them. Other people are just basically part of that movement, but they're not necessarily, literally on that fringe. The majority aren't. Majority just concerned, like the rest of us. If I knew that as having used a lot of vaccines in the past myself, if I knew that these were safe and they had gone through a 5 to 7 years, or they were a more traditional one that, the odds that, if you look at the Novavax trial, third trial, first, second, and third trial that was done, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, you didn't see any anaphylaxis. You didn't see any really major problems of any sort. So you just had the traditional sort of, 2 days, up to 2 days, a bit nausea, a bit fluey, a bit not feeling that fantastic, a bit under the sun and all that. That's typical. That's your immune system reacting, to that, increasing cytokines and increasing, and if it's properly regulated, it'll only last for 1 day or less. When I actually take the flu vax, I don't feel any real bad symptoms after. But that's because I maintain a very good vitamin D status, which means that my immune system is well regulated. It doesn't overreact like the majority of the population. That's why they do feel a bit yucky for 2 days. If they had a better vitamin D status when they took the flu vax or whatever, they wouldn't have those yucky feelings, properly regulated with that. But these things are problematic. They've been problematic in oncology. The oncologists themselves, if you go and look at that video of mine, the oncologists themselves tell their clients to be concerned up to 2 years and keep an eye on these things. Do you want to basically be concerned with your health for up to 2 years and potentially even have catastrophic? Probably because you're on a carnivore diet, species appropriate, you're taking vitamin D and keep maintaining your vitamin D levels that are good, you're probably at a lower risk. But then again, there are certain genetics that we're unaware of that could be problematic for certain people. Are you one of them? You don't know. I don't know. So I can't recommend. And the proper ethical thing is for me to say to you, don't take the risk. Don't play the Russian roulette. That is the proper thing. I'm doing the right thing in terms of, the Nuremberg Code, the ethical, medical approach and all that. I'm telling you the right thing in terms of that as a pro-vaxxer. I'm a pro-vaxxer, but I'm telling you when it comes to mRNA, viral vector stuff, I'm saying they are a problem. So I criticize constantly. You know me, I criticize about autism, all this crap that's nonsense. And I've actually told you guys about the Osaka research over 2 years where they withdrew for all the children. Autism still kept on going up because it has nothing to do. All these modern diseases or, what I call, it's the diet. We've fucked up the diet completely, and that's why people are having these diseases. It's basically the Pottinger's cat syndrome, which we are going through. We're probably second or third generation, depending which country and depending who you ask in terms of how far we're in. But we're seeing these rare disorders and all that for that exact reason. And these people are still basically ignoring the dietary side, ignoring the vitamin D, and pushing stuff that is very experimental and problematic. So, and they can't give you a guarantee because they've signed off your rights and given a blue light and said, this is emergency, use authorization. So none of them are liable. So do you think they give a shit about you? Nope. So there's my question to whatever people say and about that sort of stuff, because people are going to use those arguments. But, unless you can show me in 2 years' time, yeah, maybe a different story. My coffee's getting cold. Anyway, Angela, don't worry. Lots missed. Yes, they did. Very much so. Ah, yes, that's it. Going back to that, he's a Kiwi. I might as well throw an insult in there. Yes. There's a strong possibility, yes. So some of those lamb genetics are an issue, could be an issue. I'd keep an eye out on that, Mousy. I wonder what he's going to say. He's going to call me a goat something. Anyway, let's move on. Also, Andrew Huberman says to watch the sunset at night to reduce the sensitivity your eyes. Yeah, exactly. As the light, it resets your circadian clock. It's Yep, it's basically dawn and sunset. The sort of it's real, and midday, right in the middle of lunch. That really nice setting of your internal clocks. Really important to do. I mean, tribal people don't have that problem. They're out and on the land, earthing themselves in and connected to that circadian rhythm all day. They're not living indoors. Yeah, but we do know about the circadian clocks. The clocks are real. They have been measured, and we do see the ramifications in terms of disturbed sleep, melatonin production at night, and all that sort of stuff can be varied. So we have actual studies that can actually demonstrate that. And they are replicatable. So if you we're talking about healthy people, not deranged people, healthy people, and you actually rejig their clocks, you can actually move the clocks forward or move the clocks back. Yeah, they've done that as well. So initially, a lot of them were done with rats, but they are also mammals, and they also follow circadian rhythms. So there's a few that have been done on humans, but very limited. Oh, thumbs up. Oh, yes, thank you. Please for Roy. Oh, exactly. Don't neglect him. You're always looking after that Harry bloke. Mm. I have a YouTube dark mode on and screen in the lowest, brightest settings. I don't think it affects my clocks. Well, that's actually a good thing. A lot. I know one of my mates. He actually runs his entire, actually for our structured programming language FME. He and even in bloody Python, his basically thing is all black, and the white text on it. So it's really hard when you go onto his machine. You sort of, because you're used to with the reverse background. You go, oh, let me just focus on this. So yeah, Andrew tends to run his machine that way. So yes. But you can read the code. It's not, but sometimes, looking at the screen, you go, let me just focus here, because it's the reverse of what most of us are used to. Yeah, probably I probably should do, but I just don't like it. I'd rather wear the glasses. Uh, oh yes, it's good to look orange. it's like having a, what is it? A vitamin A sort of flush. Is that what the vegans have? A vitamin A flush on the skin? They can't convert that, like a carotenoid filter. I'll call it that. Yeah, it is. It is. It doesn't really work. Glasses are very important to block out those frequencies. Monitors don't work. I mean, this monitor of mine here actually changes color in the evening. So it actually it lowers it's 50% blue light, the large one that I've got, the Philips one, and then it drops even further at night automatically on the clock. So there must be some code in there that basically runs that part and just trips it over on a 24-hour cycle. Interesting. So I didn't read the manual. I just plugged it in. I probably should read the manual, find out more about it. Yes, just haven't done it. Back to the old days. I used to have different physical fields of clarity, maybe a market for something. Thank you, Lemmy Lemmy. Bloody hell. Streams actually grown faster than I can talk. Love your work, Harry. Thanks, mate. Appreciate it. Oops. Yes, back to the old days. Yep, that one. Next one. Question about raw milk. Should you drink it cold or can you warm it up? I do warm it up. Not don't get it too warm. Um, what is the really? It's up to you. Cold, warm, it's up to you. As long as you don't, really heat it up too much and you lose a lot of nutrition. Warming it up for like 2 minutes at max, and it just warms it up, gives it that little. It's like when it comes out of the tit of the actual animal. It's got that warmth from the body temperature, and basically you're bringing it to that. And I actually enjoy that. Not too hot, too really really cold. I don't mind it as well, especially in summer. It's cool. It's refreshing. But in winter, in cooler months, I actually like it a bit warm. So it depends on which part of the year. Summer, always have my milk cold. In winter, I always have it lukewarm, like 2 minutes on max, and then take it off. And it just gets that little warmth that you would get as it comes out of the tit of the animal. So, really nice. Yeah, you don't want to, because you lose a lot of nutrition at a high heat. Not advisable. Now, if you want to combine it with a coffee in that way, like create a real milky coffee, I always heat up a small bit of water and basically put it in there and then heat up the actual milk. So, and that's the easiest way. So it's the quickest way. And I do it in the same thing. I don't use the, I do use occasionally the water, the, just to heat up the water, but I do just do it on the oven hot plates and just do it on that quickly, and then put the milk in right after that, warm it up, then so I'll put the water in with the coffee, so it actually it's not clumpy anymore, sort of diluted into the the hot water, and then I'll just warm it up for 2 minutes, and then bang, that goes in, and it's lukewarm, and my coffee's very milky. So if I want to make a milky coffee, so is now obviously if you got a milky coffee, you could always put it in the microwave, and I don't use a microwave anymore. But if you only at work, and I stand very far away from it due to the non-native EMFs, but that's a different thing altogether. Anyway, nice to have a red lamp, but your melanopsin still in your eyes plays a big role in your melatonin production, so you still need these. There's a lot of other clocks as well. Seems to overhead light is more than an issue because of melanopsin cells concentrated at the bottom of the eyes, something like that. Basically, in your eyes are the key melanopsin receptors that will have an effect on your melatonin. But when it comes to the rest of your body also has. That's why when you go outdoors, your skin and all that, that also helps. They are also receptors. So, but they do run slightly different clocks internally. So your main one for your when it comes is your eyes. So that's very important why you need to wear this sort of stuff. The other stuff's also important to limit the exposure, but when you're doing this sort of stuff, I use a projector. As you guys know, I don't use a TV, I use a projector. So I'm behind and it's hitting the wall, which basically means I'm not exposed to much at night. I still wear the glasses because there's still some photonic energy which is bouncing off there, but it's much more limited and more diffused. So, but it's not practical when you're doing a live stream. Shut up, Richard. God almighty. G'day, Bjorn. He's trying to undercut my supply of ice cream supply. Oh, you enjoy the damn all the teasing you get. Stop covering your eyes. Harry, what do you think about insects in a carnivore diet approach? If you like them, why not? I've got no problems with anybody. People have been eating insects um, since our very primitive days up until now. And if you go to parts of Africa, they actually collect insects, very high protein food. They do vary. Some are very high protein food. Others have a more higher fat composition. It depends which ones, which species. If you go to Southeast Asia, yep, I've actually had insects in Southeast Asia, in Thailand. So yeah, I used to have a Thai girlfriend years ago. So basically, yeah, I've eaten insects. Let's put it that way. So interesting. There's also, you can buy insect flour, so you can use it as an alternative for baking because it's an animal-based flour. So yes, a lot of things. There's actually a company out of South Africa, I believe, that also does produce some insect products in that regard. So if you are interested for African varieties, that is. But generally speaking, I mean, I don't bother, but I don't have a problem with it being part of a carnivore diet. It's an animal food. It's very high. It's a very high protein, most of it, but there are variations. There was a study. I think it was a university in Zimbabwe, which actually looked at using insect protein to increase the protein for many people that lived in the cities that were living in, they didn't have the financial means to afford like animal-based protein, like the people living in the villages or in the rural areas. So they basically were looking as an alternative to creating insect flour and insect products and these specific ones, a variety that was in that study I remember reading. I think I actually may have shown it on one of my live streams, or no, I think it was one of my chats with Bart. That's right. That's where I showed that study. And I would have no idea which folder it's in at the moment because it's just folder galore. I've moved everything out into a temp folder because I just don't have the time to look at it. It's just so messed up. And I have all my other folders with the stuff that I'm going to do. Yeah, you'd have to go and look at one of the which one it was. I can't remember off the top of my head, but I do show the study, and I do believe it was from Zimbabwe in that regard. And those insects also had slightly more fat, so they could cover that requirement as well, the energy requirement. So yes, interesting. So I've got no problems with them. Damn Kiwis. Interfering with my ice cream supply. You could be getting fiber from insects. Is that some variety? I've never heard of it. It would be a good excuse to get him to visit, get him worked up. Hey, your illustrious leader is keeping you locked up and the rest of us out. Don't you forget that. Apparently, from what Bart said, I was watching the live stream, you guys had one case in the Southern Island and everything's gone haywire. You'll be on the gulag in no time, you and Bart together there, doing live streams out of the Kiwi gulag. Be careful what you say against your illustrious leader. Say hi to him as well, young bloke. Is he up again? Have the viral vector vaccines got these long-term mRNA? Yeah, exactly. They're identical. There is no difference. The Pfizer, there are slight variations in the way they've been produced. And it just seems that the way they've been produced sometimes can have varied effect. We don't know exactly why, but most of them do cause. Pfizer causes clotting, Astra causes clotting, Johnson & Johnson, Moderna. But it just because, it's again the epidemiological studies, different stuff have happened to different people. It just seems that some of the more weirder and rare type, nasty type side effects seem to be in all the others. And so all of them cause some sort of clotting. And I always, if you've got no option, your back's against the wall. I usually say to people, vitamin D and citrulline. If you can't get citrulline, use aspirin, low dose for a couple of weeks. I don't recommend it for long-term use, but try and get citrulline as a vasodilator, and keep your vitamin D status up. But the only reason I usually say Astra is because it seems to have less of the more dangerous complications. It just seems to be more clotting than anything else, where the others have clotting and all sorts of other dangerous and weird side effects that people have had and potentially could be at risk of in the long run. So I usually say give them a miss completely. And if your back's against the wall, and Novavax hasn't still come out, unfortunately, I know it's been delayed, it's ridiculous. But anyway, there are issues with the FDA and purity. But I actually say, well, some of the vaccines that have already, like Moderna, they had purity issues in one of their factories, and all processed foods have got impurity issues far higher. Or supplements even higher than vaccines. So why people, why is it okay for Moderna to get the tick and flick and a whole lot of supplement companies, but for Novavax not? And why is it, finding it much difficult to get this? It looks like, and even a lot of the contracts are being dropped off from Novavax and taken up by all the other companies. It seems like that, is the FDA really looking after the general public, or is it basically, again, looking after its mates in different industries to give them bigger market share? That's not what they should be doing. But unfortunately, if you look at their CVs, you'll see that they do come from these companies and not from Novavax, which is a much smaller company. So yes, it is a problem. Novavax also doesn't have any production facilities. They sold them years ago. They outsource production. And I don't know which ones are the issue. I can't see why they just don't give them the green light. I mean, this is how crazy it is. The two companies, well, the main company that is in India, they're just waiting on the official government won't give them the green light until FDA gives them the green light. So they're still waiting for that. And then the other one in Europe, it's the same sort of boat, even though their quality is actually much better. So it's anyway, it's being sort of sorted out, and hopefully it should be sorted out. But as I say, you sit behind a car in New York, and the particulates that you'll ingest will be far more than the impurities you'll find in these vaccines. It's ridiculous. Our body small amounts can actually deal with them. I mean, some of the processed foods, the impurities from anything that goes through a factory will have some level of impurities. It's unavoidable with processed foods, with anything processed. It's just a reality. Small, very minuscule amounts our body can deal with. So why they're making a big fuss is ridiculous. Why aren't they making a big fuss with supplements? Supplements have far more impurities in them. And even the supplement companies actually put it in there that it may contain this and that and whatever else. You look at every single food that's actually out there, they usually say, well, it may possibly contains all these other things. It's because basically of poor manufacturing. The best manufacturing you can get is chip making, silicon, the fabrication of computer chips. In those buildings, they are controlled, air flow and pressure. So to prevent, like even in the virology labs where you can't basically get things going out, it's all contained and nothing can come in. So, but that's extremely expensive. That's not it doesn't exist in most other manufacturing. It's the reality. It depends how old the factory is as well. Older equipment will create more of this sort of stuff, impurities. Whoopee. Your liver can detox any mild impurity of a few nano grams or whatever. I mean, fucks. It's just ridiculous as an excuse, And I say, well, if Novavax had that hold up. Well, why did Moderna get the quick tick? They don't even have to. Why is, I don't know. It sounds really ridiculous. Anyway, as I said, is it because basically none of the Congress did not give them money at all, and only it was at the end only it was Trump at the time that actually issued or a sort of like a presidential order to give them money. So it didn't come from Congress as all the other pharmaceutical companies got. I'm not saying it's political, but it really stinks of looking after certain people's interests than anything else. Anyway, keep switching. Yeah, I know. Fucking pissed off about it, like many other people. Not the only person. And there's a whole lot of other stuff coming out, but it's going to be sometime next year. Who knows when? Because I've discussed this before about all the situation, how it's becoming ridiculously, and potentially the way they've mismanaged it will potentially become a seasonal thing. So yes, they'll probably make an electronic V passport, which you'll have to update with booster shots once a year to maintain your ability to travel. Oh God, this is becoming a nightmare, the way they're playing it out. I get sick of watching the news. Yeah, me too. Yeah, broken record exactly. I'm over the whole bloody thing. Sick of it completely. Why can't I just keep on my vitamin D? My risk. I'll sign off indemnification if they really want. Harry, what are your thoughts on Rhonda Patrick saying mRNA on the stay in the body for 12, 24 hours and then your body gets rid of them? I have not seen what she's actually saying, so I don't know. We know that in oncology, they can basically incorporate themselves into the cell walls and can actually stay in the system for far longer. So in the bloodstream, yes, they can be eliminated. That's true. And you can actually do blood tests and see nothing there. But blood tests and intracellular is a different thing. So unless you've actually got cells, like biopsies, and then tested them to see what's in them, that's just sheer speculation on her part, because then it doesn't match the oncology data. Why would you have, after 2 years, still problems due to this technology if it cleared out within 12 to 24 hours? I doubt it. But yeah, she's more mainstream type. She'll follow the line and say things like that. I don't disagree with her about clearing it out of the bloodstream. Yep. A lot of things get cleared and stored away somewhere. Viruses get suppressed by vitamin D with calcium and force, and they can come out of remission as well. We know your vitamin D levels goes down. These things come out of remission. What do you think I talk about vitamin D? To suppress the stuff with calcium. You think it's not in soft tissue just because it's not in the bloodstream and you can't detect it in the bloodstream? It's bullshit. She should know better. I mean, how many people get cold sores? What's that? Suppressed viruses. And basically, without enough vitamin D to maintain that suppression, they can be reactivated. They come out. Some of that. You get cold sores. It's not in the blood. You won't detect it in the blood. I mean, how? Oh, God. And I'd be surprised she doesn't know this. I'm not saying that she's a shill for the pharmaceutical companies, but, it's like I don't know. Sometimes people, because a lot of their supporters believe in this, they may be, people that believe in vaccines and all that. Anything goes, where I'm selective and say, well, they have to go through proper testing and to be proven to be safe over a number of years, where she basically may be pandering to her own supporters and basically just saying, oh, look, this is not happening, so it's not an issue. I'm going, oh, yeah. Really? Give us a break. Even a bit of lateral thinking by anyone would know. If you were to say to any person, you know, when people get outbreaks or whatever, they know it's a virus, which has been suppressed in the past. I'm surprised she's not aware of that. So can this material in the same, why is it happening in oncology? If it was cleared out completely, yeah. I have no idea why she's saying what she's saying. I haven't been following her for quite some time, because I don't agree with a lot of things she says. So, Zombie, good to see you here. You got a tetanus shot today. You stepped on a nail. Ouch. I did that a couple of years back. That was painful. Ah, there you go. Me, it was a nail, not a screw. Harry, you should do a reaction video to Dr. Mike. Who is Dr. Mike? He's got 8 million. I don't give a shit whether the people have got 8 million, 100 or whatever. That's completely unimportant. And he just puts out a vid on cholesterol. You would probably get a lot of views and help people see a different perspective. Okay. Leave me a comment, or email me his website, his channel. So I'm not actually trying to search for it. And then I'll look at something. It's something that Bart usually does more than me. I don't really get into this sort of, like attack videos on people. I just try to present the contradictions in arguments. But, I'll look at it. I may do something, but it's not a big priority for me. It's more doing health videos and providing information for people. But if you do want me to spank this person, yep, I don't mind doing that. It won't be immediate. I'll do it next month, because I do have a few other things that I have to, and I've fallen behind on a number of things that I'm neglecting, and I need to sort them out. So, but yeah, why not? Most of these people are just talking nonsense when it comes to, or they don't even understand the actual energy system, the way it works in the body, and the derangements and the different lipoprotein profiles that are, well, ankle deep in mud and horse shit. Oh, they didn't. That's true. They didn't. But they still could get infections. Still get cuts and get certain infections, and did die. So, yes. Pre-shagged lamb for export, Harry. I hate most beef at the moment. No temptations. Free. God. I'm gonna get Luke to actually make a video of a pre-shagged lamb for export. Thanks, mate. Too much. I know circadian clocks are real. I still can't stop laughing. I'm not entirely sure, but this sunset view, I will continue in one and see. Yeah, not a problem, mate. Thanks, Mousy. Jan, how are you, mate? Recently observed the UK Health Security Agency surveillance data and in antibody level appears to be lower in individuals who adequate in infection about 2 doses of vaccinations. Send me an email and I'll look it up. I'll see exactly what's wrong with it. But, without having seen something, I'm not going to comment on the blind. I need to see the stuff myself. I tried raw cheese a few times. It tasted bad, like almost verging on rotten taste. Are you talking about blue cheese? Raw cheese is a different thing. Raw cheese is just the way without pasteurization. And it may be a bit more like you can get a bit of a tangy or acidity type thing because of the bacterial, especially when it's aged. Oh, well, can't help you there. It's taste preferences, the reality, but you are losing a lot of nutrition, believe me. And I love raw cheese and, fermented dairy products of all sorts. Used to get milk warm, fresh, straight from the cow. Yum, exactly, Helen, exactly. That's why I warm my milk just slightly, just to give it the same temperature as it's coming out of the, out of the tit. So what you would get when you exactly. Very enjoyable. I'll keep to the ice cream. Just keep the ice cream coming, please. Can vaccines in general cause hyperstimulation of the human immune system? Potentially. Some have caused in the past. These things can happen sometimes in certain genetics. That's why you need to do 5 to 7 year studies to identify risk groups. And when they do identify, they can actually modify. So to eliminate that problem, that's the whole reason for doing the 5 to 7 years, to eliminate these side effects. But they never did these, did they? They haven't done 5 to 7 years, have they? No. So there is a substantial difference. How come when we had the flu, and polio and all these other diseases, we allowed people to die, continue dying for a number of years until we came up with a safe vaccine, and then we introduced it years later. We could have done experimental immediately, but we never did. Why? Because it's unethical. These people are unethical. Simple as that. This is not a pandemic. It's not a 1918 issue. Doesn't even affect kids younger than 12 because their ACE2 receptor hasn't even matured to make them vulnerable. That's why they're not affected. And now Pfizer is trying to push 5 to 11-year-olds. It's criminal. It's all about money. Unfortunately, it's all about money, not about health. If kids have got a receptor that is underdeveloped, that can't actually even pick the virus, why the hell are they being vaccinated? It's just crazy stuff. Leave the kids alone. And they call us unethical. They're the ones unethical, experimenting on young children. Criminals, in my book. And I don't give a shit what people think. If you violate the actual by forcing people under duress to take something, a medical, you're violating the Nuremberg Code. You're a criminal, in my book. And when you actually demonize people that don't, and you organize, mobs to be nasty towards those people, you are no different than basically the mobs that Hitler had, these brown shirts that went around terrorizing the Jews. It's no different. We're the new Jews, the unvaccinated, to be mocked, called names and all sorts of things. And then they call themselves People that love freedom and democracy. What a load of bullshit. What a bunch of hypocrites. It's good to give yourself a bit of a break. Bjorn, anyone had experience with consuming kidneys or diam oxidase for histamine issues? Nope. Oh, you can buy kidney supplements if you want to in that regard. But really, vitamin D is going to close those mucosal layers. And, in time, actually both mono and mono and saturated fats actually are the things that actually increase DMO. Yes, they are concentrated. It is concentrated more in the kidneys. But and that's primarily to deal with the clearance that actually, a lot of, it's just another detox organ for a number of things as well. So you got to break things down and get rid of them in that regard. But ultimately, if you don't have a leaky gut, you don't have poor vitamin D status, or a poor gut microbiome, usually your body, if you've got because in a number of when you've got a lot of the beneficial bacteria, which I've talked about, usually they do actually break down histamine. Also, taurine, which is in animal foods like meat, also tends to break down histamine. Choline as well methylates and reduces it. So it's not really an issue unless you've got some derangement. You can't live off supplements all your life. Basically, you've got to sort out the issues, is the golden rule in my book anyway. I mean, you know me, the amount of cured meats, aged meats, and a lot of cheeses and all that, fermented and all that. I used to have a lot of problems as well a few years back, but sorted them all out. Didn't take any supplements, didn't take any, just sorted out the diet, sorted out the vitamin D, sorted out the beneficial bacteria, and it all sorted itself out. So that's the best way to do it permanently, rather than having a crutch on a supplement. You can't be taking supplements forever. And I consume massive amounts of histamine-rich foods, fermented foods for ages. So I'm constantly, even today, I had a couple of beef jerkies and some other cured meats and all that. So, and cheeses. And they're all, tend to be European and raw. Most of the people in Europe, especially in the South, consumed, and everywhere else in Europe, shitloads of raw dairy and fermented dairies and stuff like that for years. Never had a problem. It's all this modern day stuff. We've wrecked our guts and with inappropriate things. You fix all that, all these issues go away. But short term, you could use a kidney supplement. I've tried kidneys. I don't really like them, to be honest. Do you say witchetty grubs taste between chicken and peanuts? Really? I've never tried one. I did try some other thing which is similar to a witchetty grub, but didn't taste like that. It was a very meaty thing, but and a fatty, sort of like a slimy fat. Yeah, strange. Sort of. Exactly. When you do that, that's the critical thing, sorting out your gut. That's what I did, and all these issues went away completely. At least our police aren't beating the shit out of our citizen. Well, when you're so closely related to each other, it's it's hard to beat your own type. Anyway, it's a bit like a Tasmanian thing. It's called. Yeah, we won't go there. This is not a forum for trans Tasman humour. So might not get the kidding New Zealand and Australia give each other. Yeah, oh, yeah. Anyway, we have we pick on each other. The Kiwis and the Australians, we pick on each other for a lot of laughs, and it's all humour, and it's, there's we always give we call them basically lamb fuckers and stuff like that and all sorts of things, and they, there's a few kangaroo ones which we won't go into. It's nothing like a bit of a hop. And a few other things, and I get the sort of the goat ones as well, being Greek as well, ancestry, you know. And since I've admitted also to basically having herded goat and assisted in that, I mean, I've been done. let's put it that way. The connotations are all there, so can't escape it. The rumour mill will go on full, out of control. Risk of cardiomyocarditis in 12 to 7-year-old males, 1%. Not sure which, but comes from a weekly newsletter, a Peak Prosperity. I subscribe another channel getting censored on a regular basis. Yeah, look, 1% in a whole population, let's say 7 billion, that's a lot of people. Let's say you were just saying half the population. I don't know what it is now. Let's say we'll just say 3.5. That's 35 million people. That's a lot of people. Novavax doesn't have 0 on all these sort of things. See, that's the difference between, it doesn't mean that Novavax may not have some effect on, a minuscule, like a handful of people, potentially, because it hasn't gone through the 5 to 7 years. But it's unlikely. But let's say, but these sort of stuff are definitely having an effect. And we don't know the long-term effect because we've seen a lot of problems with this technology in the oncology field. That's all we've got. We've got no studies. I can't say, oh, look, I've got a study, a 5-year study. Well, COVID vaccines haven't been out for 5 years. So how can I provide you a 5-year study? Or, some sort of observational study that has observed people that didn't get it and people that did get it, and see what the difference is between the two, the intervention and non-intervention group. Can I say anything? I don't have anything. Neither do they. So my argument is they don't have an argument to say that it's safe based on that. None of them. Is worrying, very worrying. Yeah, well, look, it's nearly, it may not be a mandate here, but if you're stopping people from going most of shops or businesses without a vax passport, same thing, exactly. It is exactly the same thing. You don't need to basically mandate. You just need to basically restrict people's rights and freedoms. It's no different than, in the old Soviet years, but going between states, you couldn't actually move without having an internal passport. It's something similar. I don't want to live in that sort of society where basically for me, just to venture out of my home, I have to have a special piece of paper authorizing me to move around freely. That's just ridiculous. Exactly. It's basically under duress, and under duress violates the Nuremberg Code and also the ethical code in terms of medicine, medical practice. It violates both. These people are criminals. These people have got no respect for human rights or the rule of law. They just have trampled over all these sort of things. They've actually got a new one now in Australia here. You can actually win, I think, what is it, $1 million or something like that? You get into a lottery. It's like a Tats Lotto, Vax Lotto. That's what it is. Mm. I suspect your illustrious leader over there will be providing you guys with incentives, especially the guys over in New Zealand. Lamb Lotto. I suspect that's on the cards. Wait and see. You'll see it. It'll be a mad rush, a stampede once they bring out the Lamb Lotto in New Zealand. It'll be a damn stampede. Last night wrecked me. Need to get some. Thanks for your time, Roy. Very much appreciated. Take care, all you good people. We don't get stuck. All that. All here, Roy. Really? You think your illustrious leader, Jacinda, isn't going to basically offer a Lamb Lotto option for you guys? Yeah, sleep well, mate. He's bailing out before it gets too messy. No comment. Yeah. I'll have to ask that from Bart. Is he gonna stampede in once the Lamb Lotto comes out? Tradies, average person, jumpers, free pie and bacon. God, they'll go for anything free. We're talking about tradies here. I know quite a few of them. Anything free? What? Did I miss out on something? They have no idea what real food. People nowadays like to eat garbage. Ah, yes, very much. It's just presented in a nice packaging rather than a garbage bin, but it's pretty much the same stuff. Bigot. You're a raw cheese bigot. Yes, exactly. Yes, Ashgrove heavy cream. Yummy. Needs to get. Actually, the funny thing, at work, our sort of levels of, like, our fridge used to have half skin, half real milk, and now it's actually like they buy 4, and the rest is just packed with, because everybody's realised, what shit it is. I've been a bit vocal about it at work as well. Said this is just crap. I don't know how people can drink that. It's like urine. So that's not milk. And a lot of people have actually switched over to full cream, which is nice. Any problem is we run out of it constantly because the people that used to get the skin stuff switched over in mass. Bloody hell. Yeah, sometimes it can backfire on you. Yes, we do like the old goat milk, don't we? Hello, Kitty. We definitely do. Pfizer, leaves them kids alone, exactly. Actually, that's quite musical of you, Bjorn. Much appreciated, Harry. Yes, are you, mate? I was wondering about HIV and how cyclic vaccines is becoming the norm. 7-month cycle, natural antibody production. Is it on demand? Vaccines force that into constant state. I was wondering about HIV and how cyclic vaccination is becoming the norm. Not sure about that part, what you actually mean, what you're actually getting to in that regard. I know that actually Novavax was actually tested on people with HIV, and actually showed really good results, where some of the others weren't as impressive in that regard. So they actually had because there was an arm that was done in South Africa. So they also had far more people, where the Pfizer had a lot of young people in it that were healthier, where the actual half the people in the actual trial groups were basically, especially the third trial arm, the one that I showed you guys with Novavax, they were half of them with comorbidities and health problems and all that. So actually, that was a good thing. A lot of people, some people thought, oh, well, that's not fair and all that. And initially, I felt like that as well. I felt really pissed off at the way the study group was done and the way they actually randomized and stuff like that. And then looking back at it, said, actually, it actually makes even a stronger case for Novavax compared to if it was, it was even fairer done. So they've done it less fair compared to the others where they were 50-50, the intervention to the placebo group. And again, they actually got a better result. So, so I'm even more confident after that. Obviously, Novavax doesn't run. It's the clinics that run these. It's just all they do is set up the actual computer stuff. So it's a randomization, and that's how it sort of works. So nobody knows what people are getting. But the parameters are set by the clinics, and I'm not saying that they actually did anything unethical, but it would have been much better to be 50-50. It would have been much clearer. But anyway, it is what it is, as they say. You're talking about my Kiwi relatives. Get in line. There's a lot of people. Bart's in the beginning of the line. So you're behind Richard and Bart and all that to insult me back. So Bart always tells me I'm half Australian. Yeah, but you're still also half Kiwi. I remind him of that. Grow a spine. Last night wrecked me. Oh, yeah, I know. Hey, what about me? God, I'm older than you. We're about the same. Carnivore diet does wonders for me. In the years that I would have passed out, I would have been asleep online, conked out. Oops. Am I at the bottom? That's impressive. God, I should get a few claps from you guys. I actually got to the bottom of the damn stream. That was that was a quick jump. Constant antibody production is harmful for the immune system long term. There's a lot of things that are harmful to the immune system, but all these things can be properly regulated with vitamin D. A lot of these problems usually occur, even ADE, which we haven't seen in COVID vaccines or COVID itself, where a reinfection can actually cause an uncontrollable, where the immune system does not respond and suppress it. So this ADE type thing has been seen in a number of other vaccines and also has been seen in a number of other ailments. But, oh, thanks, Tom. And didn't realize we were still going after I left on the 4-hour mark. You know me, never stop, mate, never stop. Yeah, so as I was saying earlier about NES, yeah, it depends. Vitamin D is an important regulator of the immune system. So it prevents cytokine storms. It regulates the immune system properly. And a lot of the actual deleterious effects of long COVID or whatever are mitigated as a consequence. It's great stuff. What do you think about the negative air ions? Any potential benefit or just speculation like the Leonardo effect generating negative ions? I think about in terms of the negative ions coming from the Earth are really important as a detox, as an electron doning. As far as from the air, I'm really not convinced in that regard. I'm just not convinced, really. Yeah, there's some association or some speculative sort of claims out there, but I'm not convinced in any way yet, either way. As far as negative ions from the Earth, from earthing, yep, there's good research on that to show that that does improve oxidative stress in research that's been done. And also it does show to also improve the sort of that charge through the endothelium as well, which reduces the platelet aggregation effect. So it improves the pericellular matrix level of charge, negative charge, which means it creates less attraction within the blood vessels, which basically means things move through smoother and clotting factors are reduced. So, and when you unearth yourself, that drops, clotting factors increase again. So there's good science in that regard, connecting to the earth. With walking, besides crashing waves in the ocean, on the beach, or example, I'll walk on the beach through water. That will earth you as well. In that regard, some people say that it's better earthing on soil or within the water itself, walking through the water. The silica in the actual salt itself may have some level of impedance. Never been measured, so I can't really comment, and I don't have any research to show the effects in that regard. So if you do have anything, please email me. I'd love to know in that regard. If you've got research, I'd love to look at it. Always open to new ideas and new things. So Robert, if you do have, my email under the about on my channel, send the information through. I'd love to look at it. I learned the hard way that megadosing vitamin D can cause little constipation. MG helps. Yes, it can. That is true. You got to learn. You did learn the hard way then. Well, that's another reason why I sort of maintain a good, level of MK4 and retinol in my diet to keep all those fat soluble vitamins within the range and all that. And I do not, I do basically keep to physiological levels and don't go extremely high. Going extremely high is not a good idea. You need to keep them within those physiological ranges. If you go out in the sun, you'll get 10 to 20,000 IUs. But I do hear people on the interwebs talking about, and that usually happens at a very slow rate. It's not immediate, like megadose coming in immediate at the same time. So you got to keep it tempered. That's why I usually go for that middle ground, which is between the 5 and the 20, 10, and keep it there. Normally, I recommend to most people who I'm not sure what their retinol and MK4 status is, the K2 status. So I usually recommend only 5,000 for those people, especially people in like kibble diet and stuff like that, just to basically not cause other sort of imbalances potentially. Yeah, and their problems usually when it comes to constipation is usually the too much other crap that they're actually putting in their mouth. It's said to improve mood and benefits other ways, but who knows what. Yeah. Also, with the vitamin D thing that I forgot about, the more calcium or the more dairy or stuff like that, yeah, that can be a problem as well in magnifying that effect as well. I just lost my spot. Oh, great, Harry. Bloody hell, StreamYard. Why do you do this to me? Yes, it's said to improve mood and be beneficial in other ways, but who knows it really? Found the term immune exhaustion. Yes. Yeah, I have heard the term. It's a term which a lot of naturopaths and a few other people out there do use, but the actual you know, yeah, a lot of these people also have what is called high deficiency in vitamin D. So it's, yeah, is it? And there are a number of other factors. So I don't like the term exhaustion. I would say immunoderangement is more closer to the fact and can be corrected. It's not like something exhausted. It's just basically not working properly, so it's more of a derangement than anything else. Anyway, pun intended. Ah, yes. Yes. Squeeze, my dear, squeeze. Anyway, I don't know, research yet. Something I'm planning to look into. Yep. Okay. If you don't and you're looking into it, do send me the stuff, whatever you find. I'd love to look at it as well. Don't even know how important vitamin D is. Used to don't like the sun. I looked like a vampire. Yes, yes. Avoided the sun. Yes, a lot of us did. The slip, slop, step, put on a hat. Do, do, do. You remember the commercial? God, I grew up with that damn commercial. It's still in my head. If you don't get a lot of sun, at least you should drink a lot of blood with vitamin D in it. I'll stick to supplements. And there are other animal foods. Yeah, I don't think we need to go that radical to the Maasai, and it's very hard to get blood anyway. So, yes, yes, you were forced you were you were cornered, job security wise. Didn't even eat red meat at all because I believe red meat is bad for me. Yes, you didn't. And that's why you injured yourself very easily and had a lot of musculoskeletal issues, which now are improving and getting better now that we're getting a bit more meat into you. Your sort of ravenousness has sort of dropped off a bit because your deficiencies are starting to get better and improve on that front. So, yes, you will. Yes. Well, the old man went through a bit of a phase, between his late 60s and 70s into his mid 70s and started suffering sarcopenia and stuff like that. And I'm going, what are you doing, Dad? And then got him on more meat. And in the last decade, he's basically with me been consuming more meat as we've gone along on this journey. And he's got better and I got better. So, yes. And now you're getting better. And you know how much my father, when you turn up, it's just chops, pork chops in particular, or pork and some feta cheese and, his gherkins or, the sort of cucumber, the fermented cured type, those sort of cucumbers, gherkins as they call them or whatever. Yes, he's sort of a favourite setup each time we turn up when you do come around. So that's good. That's good. Just keep your vitamin D levels up. Do not take chances. Upvoted. Thank you, Rick. Sounds good, Harry. I'd value your opinion on it. Not a problem, mate. I'm always interested in looking at research which has to do with quantum biology and looking at what is happening at the subatomic level in terms of, proton and electron flow in different tissues and how these things are reacting. And as long as they're measured properly, if it's good research that they're actually measuring things properly, their equipment are properly calibrated, it's always interesting because there's a lot of things in quantum biology we don't know, we don't fully understand. There are still limitations in measurements. So, the fuzziness within the quantum realm is an issue. So, yeah, anything that improves on that side really helps and elucidates things much better, which is important for us to understand deeper what is happening in that realm within the quantum biology. Because really the future is, guys, quantum biology. Biochemistry is the past. Biochemistry just tells us about catalyzing processes with enzymes and all that. And it tells us all these different components, how they're actually interacting. But within those components, there is a subatomic world, which is really important in terms of energy production and the way things really operate in a very deep way. And that will give us insights way beyond what we understand now. So that's the next realm. And luckily, it's primarily physicists that switched over to biophysics and have focused in on that and actually really impressively understanding the human body way beyond anything that biochemists have. So that's the future. Beginnerism, fear-mongering, does a good job of convincing many people red meat is bad for them. Yes, to some extent, but remember, a lot of the anti-red meat stuff started way before the veganerized movement. The veganerized movement has just basically jumped on that. They are obviously, their interests coincide with the interests of the vegetarians and the sort of the establishment that had been pushing this line for some time now, since the 70s. And so for them, it's naturally they will gravitate towards that. They're just a bit more vocal compared to the others. They literally ram it into your face. So that's the only difference. And they do, because a lot of them tend to be young, ignorant, and see it as a cool thing, and have jumped on this bullshit and are pushing it hard. And so they're getting traction and harming a lot of their fellow young people and many others who listen to this sort of nonsense. It's unfortunate, but yeah, that's the reality. And also, let's not forget, the other thing that they do is they basically guilt trip people with their bullshit ethics. Anyway, as a pediatric nurse, I taught everything at first, then settled down, went on whole, started cycle over again. Need to change our immune system. Lockdown counterproductive to immunity. Yeah, it actually makes things worse. There's a lot of things out there, as you know, because you've been in the medical area, and you understand that a lot of people now, there's a lot of their level. When you're interacting with people all over the place, there's a lot of exchange of viruses, bacteria, protozoa, all these different organisms, fungi, and everything else under the sun. All these things are interacting with our immune system, within our environment. When you restrict this flow between people, what you're actually doing is you're creating different areas where people are having lower exposure to things, which means that something which is low, which will create low sensitization issues, is going to be magnified in future and create more problems. So not looking good in that regard. Humans need to interact, touch each other, touch things, surfaces, and all that. This cleaning and washing and all that. The only time you have to wash your hands is basically when you're going to ingest something. Otherwise, it's important that we're getting, and if we've got a good stomach acidity and all that, doesn't become even an issue then, really. You go on the 5-second rule, as my brother Sean goes, 5-second rule, it's on the floor, you can eat it. I go, no, you can't. The moment it hits the ground, it's been, bacteria all over it immediately. But, if you've got good stomach acidity, you're fine in that regard. One of those old wives' tales. But anyway, yes, very much so. It is a problem when we basically cause these separations. This is what, if you take a look, when tribal societies created, came into contact with civilizations, there was quite a few of them that died because of diseases that had never been had immunity to, or their bodies weren't resilient enough for whatever reason. All these sort of things. We've seen this happen before, and all we're setting ourselves up for more problems, basically. It's just madness, absolutely madness. All these wipes and all these antiseptics and all this sort of stuff. Just soap. Soap is the best thing. Soap will break down the membranes. The actual, because they're lipid membranes of all these bacteria, viruses, or whatever, and just break them up and get rid of them. Soap is the best thing. That's all you need. All the other stuff creates resistance of one sort or another, or issues. Not a good thing. Let's put it that way. Yeah, we're going to create far more problems, skin problems, and all sorts of other things in the coming years because of all this nonsense of everybody now becoming hyper crazy. And I mean, if you want to use, let's say, not soap, and you use just a pure alcohol, yes, you'd knock off everything on your hands and all that, but then from the other parts of your skin, you'd repopulate your hands, and you'd be pretty much fine in that regard. So you'd eliminate the COVID part, but then other things would come back from the other parts of your body onto your skin. On the other hand, when you use these antiseptics and all that, what you could potentially do is turn some of those pathogenic bacteria, you could turn them into resistant and create other problems. More and make more vulnerable people to, cuts and stuff like that, to septicemia and all sorts of issues. It's crazy what they're doing. Let me put it that way. It's bloody crazy. I think Helen's probably seen a lot of those sort of things, those sort of issues in her time within her profession as well. But yeah, it's just it's bloody crazy. Anyway, what do you think about microwave? I'm just concerned about the non-native EMFs than anything else, not the other stuff. A lot of the other stuff is just nonsense that people peddle. Just because you're vibrating water molecules and actually basically heating them up, it's not going to really massively change anything. And if it's in daylight, the photonic energy is going to be very similar to the sort of photonic energy that's coming from the outside sun or whatever in the daytime, the sort of the blue spectrum and all the other parts. So it's not an issue. In the evening, I would not use a microwave under any circumstances, and I wouldn't stand quite close to one because of the EMF side. And that's another reason why I've just decided to get rid of my microwave. I don't use it. I've still got it here, but I just don't use it. Haven't used it now for, what is it, nearly probably 2.5 years at home. At work, I've got no option. You want warm up the food, I put it in, press the thing and walk away, and then come back when I know a couple of minutes have gone. So, and try and keep as far away as possible when other people are using it while I'm getting myself prepared in the work kitchen. So yeah, it's not perfect, but I don't spend a lot of time. I usually take my food back, unless I'm doing it at like 3:00 because everybody's eaten. They're just coming in for their chocolate snacks and stuff like that, or they're just feeding their carb addiction. Usually at that time, sometimes about 3:00, that's when I usually have my meal. I usually have a snack earlier when I break my fast around about 11ish, and then I have my main meal, which I warm up then at about 3:00 in afternoon tea, and I'll have that. And yeah, unless I'm buying, like I go down to the shop that I buy my burgers and bacon, which they do on a grill. So I usually call them half an hour early, and they usually have it ready for me, which is pretty good. So 2 patties and a whole lot of bacon on top for $10, without me having to cook or do anything. And there's about it's about nearly all up, all the meat, it's about nearly 350 grams. Let's work that out in some home once I measured it just to know what the quantity was. So the bacon and the actual patties all were around about 350. So divide that by about 12 ounces, 12.3 ounces, 12 and a third ounces. So not a bad, you know, we're talking about now you're buying burgers that are homemade. So they've got onion in it and stuff like that. I don't mind. Yeah, it's a bit of carbohydrate, but who cares? They're homemade with their own herbs and stuff like that. And they actually make them. And if I don't call early enough, I miss out because they will use them up. They'll cook them and make their own burgers and sell them. So in that regard, and I won't buy the burgers because I've got a lot of other things in that I don't want. But if I call early enough, half an hour before 1 o'clock, they usually always provide me with what I want. I usually sometimes call a bit early, like 20 past 12, just to be certain. Because once I called a bit after 12:30 and they only had one, they could only cook me one patty and bacon. So for $5, that's fine. That's what I did that day. And I went and got myself some beef jerky at the supermarket and I combined the two together. So it was a jerky and a patty bacon lunch. So that's the only time I actually eat at lunch, when I forgot my lunch at home and I'm half down the road and I'm going, oh, shit, I'm not going back. I'll just have to buy that day. So, and sometimes I can't be bothered cooking. So, yes. Yes, he does. And he's 87. Yes. He's an old geezer with a lot of, and his muscles are much stronger now. Yes. The old boy's, he's always been tough as an ox. He's getting back to more youthful and stronger levels. But yes, he can move quite fast if he wants to. Unless he's observing ladies and he slows down. I've noticed him doing that. Dirty old man. It's time, a mob mentality with the Vagoons. They just turn up the volume and double down on bull hickory and put their fingers in their ears like children. La, 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 I'm not listening. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, very much so. Yes. I always trip them with the obvious question. I always ask them, are you an atheist or somebody with faith? The first thing I want to work out what exactly I'm dealing with. It's going to be a different approach. And then I ask the obvious next question. If they're an atheist, well, do you believe in the theory of evolution, And they will say yes. And that's when I've got them on speciesism. I say, well, then you have to accept speciesism because it's the animal that adapts the best in its environment. That means it prioritizes itself over the other animals in order to basically survive and to adapt, and the one that is most adaptable, but also that prioritizes itself. And that's what the theory of evolution has shown, that it will actually try and actually take space from other animals. And that's speciesism. So all animals are species. So why are you ignoring that reality about us? And you've got them there thinking because they've got no argument. You can't accept the theory and then not accept speciesism. And then if they go on the other side, you obviously can point out the fallacies, quite clearly in the Bible, how God has no problems with animal food. Actually, when he was served up animal foods or grains, he preferred the animal foods as an offering, which basically shows what he thinks is best. So basically, you've got them on both, and they just sit there dumbfounded. And you don't even have to have any of the other arguments. You've already on the ethical one, you've destroyed them, and then basically say, well, obviously, it seems on the ethical side, you're completely wrong. So, and you usually see them dumbfounded, and yeah, they usually do is they'll stop talking to you. They'll just switch off. They want to have an aim, or sometimes they'll walk away. Without even saying goodbye. I usually say goodbye just to be annoying. Yes, Helen. I don't clean down my shopping trolley, neither do I. Happy to be exposed to all their grandkids lurkies. Need the exposure, exactly. There's nothing wrong with it. Precisely. There are decadents of plague survivors who are immune to AIDS, exactly, to all sorts of things. Yes. My microwave is just a glorified clock. Oh, it's still got some use. There you go. You got a clock built in. I have mine completely disconnected. I did try to give it away. Nobody wanted it. It's so cheap now. Even though when I did buy it, it was about $150 that I paid for it. So it's a very good quality one, but I don't use it anymore. G'day, David. Good to see you here. Onions. You were never carnivore. Oh, handy my card. Hey. It's onions. It's not pizza. Let's get it right, Robert. Stefan, how are you, mate? Hi, how are you? Oh, the nanoparticles in Novavax the same as the ones in the naughty vaccines? No, they're not. They're not. They are just basically a lipid raft. They're exactly the same ones like you would use in the supplement industry. They use the small, because there are different types of sizes of nanoparticles. Now, the other ones are using very large particles. The particles aren't the problem, it's what you get inside, which can be the problem. But the ones that actually are used, and the graphene isn't important, even if it had graphene. You can cook meat, plenty of graphene in meat when it's cooked, overcooked or whatever. So, yeah, way more. So it's not even that's not an issue. That's another beat up. But if you're talking, and your liver can detoxify all that anyway. So it's the size. So usually those ones are much bigger in micron. So there are micrometers, so or nanometers or stuff like that. They vary. So some of the supplement ones, one of them is 25 nanometers. The one that I actually do tell people to get vitamin D, who have malabsorption issues. That's a lipid nanoparticle, exactly. And it's it's called liposomal in the vernacular of supplements. So it's the same thing. It's a sort of a liposomal, these nanoparticles. Because it's a lipid-based thing. So it can actually be different sizes in terms of nanometers. So these ones are much smaller, a bit like they're sub 50. I think they're, the 20 minus, which is the really small ones. But there are manufacturers out there that are making 50s and 100 and 150 and all that, so much larger sized. The larger size are the ones that the other manufacturers are using, much easier to use. These ones are much smaller. And so because they've got they can't make them large, and they have to make them mimicking a bit like they've tried to mimic the way the virus is without having the entire virus in a deactivated way. It's just basically they've created and they've rafted all the spikes, the modified spikes all over it. So it's like a little in the middle of the particle, and so it's not inside, it's the rafting. It's used as a rafting method. Very creative of them. So they're actually exposing the local area, the muscle, to all these multiple spikes so they can generate. So Novavax will cause a bit more pain in that localized area when the immune system does respond, because there's more spikes as a quantity or more material to sensitize, to respond to in that localized thing. You just have to accept that. But it also means, that you're going to be guaranteed a better, sort of the immune system will be, let's say, what they believe is going to be better trained, because it's going to basically have more material to deal with. But it's a rafting thing. It's not inside. It's actually a rafting. So it's rafted to it. I did do it one on the Novavax, and do explain that the rafting method and stuff like that. So that's what they're using in that regard. And they do put in an adjunct, which is a bark extract, which sensitizes. And I'm glad they're using something like a bark extract that's not something that people consume, to create that sensitization to the immune system. We don't want things that basically are part of the diet. and we don't want to create sensitivities to things like that. So it's a good thing that they're using something which humans don't use in that regard. So good idea. So there's a lot of things in the manufacturing. That's probably why it took them a bit longer to develop it, because of all these elements that they had to cover, the proline, 2 proline amino acids in order to prevent it going it can bind to the receptor, but it can't go inside the cell because of those prolines. So it's got a lot of features. It can't be cleaved off, so you can't have little broken particles from the spike that can go anywhere else into the body through the bloodstream. So they tend to basically, because they've mutated slightly, modified the actual that bond so it doesn't break. So another innovation on their side. But all these did take time, and that's part of that time. But I prefer them taking time and developing a safer product rather than rushing things to market like everyone else did and creating a product that has a lot of problems with it and side effects and issues. So yes, much better. But nanoparticles are not a non-issue. It's just a lipid thing of different size, different nanometer type size that is pretty much irrelevant. It's just a mechanism to house things. The difference is this is sitting as a rafting, so it's not hiding the material to get into the cell without the immune system being aware, replicating, then popping out a whole lot of spikes out of the cell, and then having this endemic thing throughout the whole body. This is just a localized thing. It's going, all these spikes are rafted, it hits the muscle, and it goes, here I am, the sensitizing bark extract, and they just rush in and they go, oh, there's all this foreign stuff here, foreign proteins. Whack. And it's regulated properly, so there was no overreaction either in terms of cytokine storm. It's just slowly clearing out the stuff. It's small amount, localized, done. The job's done. You've got basically now the immune system is well aware of what it looks like. So when it sees something similar, which is the any future COVID, it knows how to respond quickly and clear it out before it can actually get a foothold and cause illness. So you can still get infected, coronaviruses. You can still get infected by coronaviruses. The only difference is the effects will be milder to non-existent, very mild, just feeling under the sun, and then it clears out much faster because the innate immunity is there. Anyway, hi Harry. If you were a scientist, what problems would you like to address in your research? I would actually like to address areas of deuterium and areas of basically how these actually things work, really looking into light, really measuring properly these enzymes within the Krebs cycle to look exactly how fast do these enzymes swap the deuterium to hydrogen to, the different ions, how they swap them in and out and take out the deuterium, and what is the actual rate limit. So what is the absolute threshold you can actually put in terms of deuterium in your system before you tip over the tipping point? To at least, if people are still going to do indiscretions, you can provide like a threshold type thing. That's one thing that I would like to do. The other thing which I would like to do is look at basically in terms of the photonic energy. We say it's about 30%. This is based on our old research. Maybe it's more, maybe it's different. Is it different in the different latitudes? I'd really like to know. I suspect it is, but it may not be as well. Is there a rate limit that you can actually get through complex 4 or not? No, so that major cytochrome, is there a limit? Is there a limit due to the cytochrome C and the heme ion? Does it have some relationship with that, the way it actually operates with this photonic energy? I'd love to know. I'd really love to know. I'd really love to know exactly in terms of the non-native EMFs, the difference effects on the circadian rhythms and the circadian clocks. You know, what is the sensitivity or the other differences between people? I'd love to know that sort of stuff. This is stuff that's quantum biology. It's not basically the other stuff that other people are looking at, which doesn't really interest me. There'd be also some other stuff in biochemistry as well. Things like, with muscle energetics and, and confirming another number of things in regards to those areas as well. Also, like I talk about taurine, dealing with beta amyloid and choline as well. I'd like to know how synergistically they work together. I'd also like to know exactly what the exact levels you require to basically deal with beta amyloid and what different level effects they have. So I'd like to look at all these sort of areas that nobody's really looked at, and really go beyond just proving some related mechanism, but looking at basically even what are the requirements. The other thing I'd like to know is in terms of tissue quantity of tissue. I believe that, like they do in veterinary schools, they actually determine supplementation based on the size of the animal. I think that's how we should do our stuff, our RDAs in terms of humans, the size of humans, the tissue size that you're actually, and the micronutrient requirements, and actually really determine those really correctly, the entire band, the lower band, the upper band, for good human health, not just basically, this would be like a lifetime job, and probably even beyond one's life. But it would be really interesting to really nail down a lot of these issues and all that we still haven't really nailed down well. So, yeah. Thanks for asking that question. That's just off the top of my head. There's probably others that I haven't thought about that I've thought about in other moments, but just not coming to me right now. But there's a fair bit there, and even that would take a lifetime to really do properly. I'll take your microwave, Harry. I'm in dire need of one. Bloody hell, David. It's too far away to send it to Spain. You could buy one for the postal costs. If you're next door, I'd give it to you. It's crazy how much meat I can consume and not gain weight. I'm eating 3,000 calories and slowly losing weight. Exactly. It's what you're supposed to do. When you're eating a species-appropriate diet, you're supposed to be basically losing weight slowly, but that's what you're supposed to be. If you go into a very, very sharp sort of ketogenic type state, yes, you can actually more rapidly, but I don't think that's very healthy. There are too many health problems relating to it when you go into too hardcore that way. It's much better this way. And you end up better composition. You end up more muscular and way more insulin sensitive than the other way, where you lose a lot of tissue as well, which isn't a good thing long term. That's why people sort of have this bounce back when they just put a bit more food back in. So it is better to go on the higher meat, higher protein, build more muscle tissue, which basically can take up more glycogen and more fat stores. So in the muscle tissue to provide energy to those muscles. Way better. And long term will mean you'll have stronger bones and stronger muscles, and you will be far more robust and stronger into old age. And that's very important for a healthier lifespan. Good one, mate. Yeah, look, animal protein has been so demonized that it's a struggle to convince people to eat enough. It's really a struggle, and most other people in the keto community are just hostile to it as well, to a large extent. It drives me up the wall. Now, if there are different strategies when it comes to basically deuterium depletion and stuff like that, but you're pretty young, you don't have accumulated damage and stuff like that, so it's way better and it works at your age. So that's why you're getting those sort of results. At older people, there may need to be a few tweaks here for the deuterium side to sort out and to dilute and, to sort out the water issue within energy production. So there can be a few slight issues, but yeah, exactly. I'm not surprised. Even those little rats, fed them plenty of protein, 70% of their, of their calories. Even though they don't oxidize those things, it's pretty much structural material. But in terms of some sort of measurement, yeah, exactly. They basically leaned out and were massive size. Now we won't get that size. We usually just become more muscular. They grow. So they got different genes. So they just grow bigger. So you've got a little rat that's small and then a bigger rat that big. So they actually grow in size, in total size. It's just the way their muscle skeletal structure is. So they tend to grow that way. Where humans just basically build, you've got a certain level of height you achieve because of the way your spine is. And you stop at a certain point, and then after that, you build tissue on top of that. And so our growth is very different in that regard. So you won't become a super rat, mate, unfortunately. But you will become more muscular as a human, which is good anyway. I know you're disappointed. I can't help you there. European carrier resistance to the Black Plague in their DNA, including me. Yes, we did suffer. We Greeks were the ones that some of the early people that actually suffered the Black Plague. It is actually what really weakened the Eastern Roman Empire, the Byzantine Empire. It was one of those things. After that, there was a much more rapid decline. So yes, Black Plague was very, very nasty. Now that was a real plague. Now that's a plague. These people are just jumping up and down, like little school kids that haven't got their little sugar treat. That was a real plague. Yes, we are. That's true. Actually, it's been resurfacing in the Mongol steppes and in Inner Mongolia, which is the northern part of China. They've had little outbreaks, and they've also had some outbreaks in the US as well. So yes, but do get sorted out with antibiotics, so it's less of an issue, and it's never going to get to plague proportions unless it substantially mutates. And what they've looked at, it's not unlikely. A lot of us have, just get mild symptoms nowadays. Yes, you won't feel the cold like you feel on basically still glucose is still demand driven, so it doesn't matter how much protein you put in. But yes, you can get a thermic effect. That's true. It's called uncoupling of mitochondria. But yes, yeah, basically that's why it does, because it's bullshit. Unless you're a bomb calorimeter and you're measuring your just heat and nothing else, and you've got no hormones or anything else. Yes. So, yes, that cockwomble. Yes. Yes. Lane Norton. What a joke. Yep. Usually 70 to 30 in fat to protein ratio. Tried pushing protein up to 40 and fat loss. And the fat loss was rapid. Same amount of kilocalories. Yep, exactly. Yeah. The more high you go in protein, the more rapid, because you're going to be using more of your own stored fat. and you're building up more tissue because of the high leucine, and the leucine would drive much more muscle proteins, especially if you're actually exercising on top. And as a consequence, you'll build more tissue, which requires more energy. So it will actually force even more activation of hormonally sensitive lipase if you're not giving it the fat. So the way you're doing it is good because you're actually doing it a much slower and it's a more healthier way. It's the way our ancestors lived, consumed fat, supported the endocrine system, the hormonal system and all that, and at the same time furnish their body with sufficient. Yeah, I do about, around about that level. Sometimes I drop to about 25% in terms of my protein. I sort of, sometimes I go over. It depends. I'm very erratic. Let's put it that way. I'm not consistent like you, mate. Us old buggers are more erratic, less consistent. Must be a baby boomer thing. Don't know. I did these 3 weeks of 200 grams of carbs, white rice, and my weight started climbing again. Yep, Randall cycle and less sensitivity. Remember, a lot of your enzymes have switched to fat, and now you're asking your system, your cells, to basically, switch over and actually provide enzymatic support to oxidizing glucose. Not going to happen that fast. That's why, yeah. So you can actually push up blood sugar levels and insulin much higher under those circumstances and magnify that effect. That is what's not a good thing. Believe me, not a good thing. And not required. Just not required at all. As I said, even just leucine on its own in a fasted way, in a fasted state. You've seen the study. Leucine on its own will actually, insulin plays a signaling, yep, but it's not the driver of muscle protein synthesis. It's basically, and even when it comes to insulin resistance, the signaling, it just increases, but it's not actually causing the insulin resistance. It's the Randall cycle, the blockade at the cellular level where downregulation of lipolysis and glycolysis, not taking stuff in, going, we're not taking any more stuff in, piss off. And so it has to go to the liver and repackaged and stored. So yes, then you put on weight. It's called the Randall cycle. It's a great thing. Yes, seasonally, in the past, perfect to put on weight for the rainy day in the winter, but not all year round, having your trough in the supermarket aisle. Literally, most people nowadays. You see them. I actually was today shopping and at lunch, as I said, as I was coming back, my walk, and you just look at their baskets, here's me with meat and also cheeses, so, and I'm looking right. I did also get a very nice Italian one. I haven't tried this one, so I will give it a try this week and let you guys know what I think about it. But getting back to it, yeah, it's just bizarre what people putting in their mouths nowadays. You need to decide what to take on your ideas, theories, or back to uni, never too late. Who are we talking about? Me? Mate, when I retire, Helen, I can tell you in 5 years' time, I'm going to go to the tropics. I'm not going to be doing that sort of stuff. I've done all that in my life. And, my ancestors didn't go to any special stuff. They were self-taught. And I think we can, if you're smart enough, you've got a high IQ, you can educate yourself on practically anything. Now, obviously, you've got more recognition and respect if you've got a piece of paper. But as, Bart or Pim would say, you can go to those institutions. Unless you actually want to get an actual job in that area, to work in that area for someone else. When I bloody retire in 5 years, I don't want to work for anyone other than myself at that stage. So I can't see any reason to go back. Unless you want a job, I can do my own bloody research, and better than the garbage that they are dishing out in academia nowadays. So, no thanks. And I'll be looking at things like quantum biology and stuff that they wouldn't even understand those people. So ignorant. Anyway, Dave, mate, everyone from the UK. You're in the UK. Boris has me in 10-day quarantine. Ah, yes. Does he have a camera on you? Is he monitoring you? Yes, yes. So you've got another 10 days being in custody in the UK gulag. Ah, yes. I hope they're feeding you well. Or is it just kibble? And you're calling it cheat days, you bad boy. Bad Boris. Exactly. Neurodegeneration process accelerated by protein malnutrition and decelerated by essential amino acids in pathogenic mouse model. Yes, yes, I have seen that sort of stuff. Yes. So very important. Well put. More meat, less dementia. Exactly. Let's not forget, I mean, animal products, you're getting taurine. Taurine is really, really important. Acetylcholine, phosphatidylserine, all these things are really important for neurological function. The essential amino acids are very important. People don't realize how important they are. Methylation, very important, in the methylation process. I've actually done one on homocysteine if you want to go and check, where I tear multiple triple arseholes into McGregor, and he basically buries himself with all the rancid crap that he talks about. And pretty much, yeah, when it comes to a number of the other amino acids as well, really important. It's critical in the proper functioning of the brain. People don't realize there's so much research out there, not only in animal models, but in human models and in humans as well, where they've seen a reduction in inflammatory markers in the brain. So, yeah, people don't realize the importance of protein and good fats from animal sources. Exactly. Yeah. Even taurine that is in meat, one of the key sulfur amino acids. I mean, we talk about methionine and all that and about the methylation cycle, but when it comes to the brain, taurine is a big player, and it really basically has an effect in preventing the glycatic effects of amyloids. The biggest problem with amyloids, they can't break down and they end up clumping together due to too much sugar molecules that basically clump them. Well, the thing that prevents that is taurine. And the thing that actually helps with improve the clearance of beta amyloid is taurine plays a role, but also choline plays even a more active role. So it's a sort of a combination of the two. And choline, again, eggs are one of the best sources you can have of choline. Muscle meat still has choline. A number of other animal foods have choline. Organ meats in particular, liver has a lot of choline. But the easiest way to get good levels of choline into your diet is eggs. Simple. For most people, they have very few problems with that. And there are some seafood that also are a very good source of choline as well. Anyway, I did do a video on choline about fatty liver and stuff like that, and I cover that. And I do mention some of the food sources and stuff like that in that video. It's a video, I think, about a year ago, more or less. Yes, it's really good. That would be a long. I've already explained that, Nick. If you go to my I think it's the last week's videos, I do go into it in that regard. I'm not going to do another half-hour explanation. I am going to do a video on this, because if I don't do a video, I'll have to waste half an hour each time explaining it to people. So I will do that video. It is coming. So yes, let me. Well, you're listening. I discussed that earlier. Any position on ADE? No, zero, absolutely zero with the vaccines and zero with the virus itself. ADE does not occur. I said that earlier. Does not occur with this coronavirus or the vaccines. We have seen zero cases. Now, future variants or future mutations, maybe, maybe not. Who knows? We'll see. But at the end of the day, I did actually mention earlier that to deal with ADE, and so when you get reinfected, you don't have this out of control sort of pathogenic state. Simple, very simple. Vitamin D. That's as easy it is. It prevents ADE in any circumstances of any other virus or vaccine that may create potential risks in some people. Well-regulated immune system by vitamin D, ADE becomes a non-issue. It's that simple. I just haven't done the video yet. I do have the research, but I haven't got around doing that little video as of yet. I'm a busy man, lemmy. Just eat online shopping, Harry. Got a large delivery of meat, eggs, cheese arriving. The self-isolation, not so bad. So you've given the kibble a miss, basically. So you've ordered out big time. Good for you. It's the way to do it. So you really... I hope you've got a balcony as well, so you can sit out on the balcony, enjoy the sun, and just enjoy some really nice food. You should order some weights as well. Do a bit of weightlifting, some weights, and also do some things like high intensity activity on the spot, really rapid running, or jumping jacks and stuff like that, just to basically flexibility, and also basically just get your body working and moving now and then. Yes, it's not good to be completely closed in and hemmed in and not moving enough. That's the problem with isolation. Lack of movement, very important. I have a master's, which is next to useless. So agreed, academia worth in the world, but it would be good to get the recognition. The Harry effect could become legendary. Yeah, look, it's just too many years. You'd have to go back in order to get really good recognition. You'd have to do an undergraduate. So you're looking at 3 years there, and then you would have to do, postgraduate. You're looking at another probably 2 years. That's 5 years. I'll be 65. I actually want to set up a business over there. I've got a few business ideas. So yeah, this sort of stuff. Yeah, recognition. Yeah, but it doesn't pay the bills. So yeah, it's the way it is. If I was younger, way younger, had years ahead of me, I wasn't. I'd consider it then. But at this stage in my life, going back to school at 55 or at 60, it's a hard one. Do I really want to do that just for the recognition? Probably not. Exactly. That's my point. My ancestors didn't have universities to go to. They actually self-educated themselves and then opened up schools to teach others their wisdom. So what makes some academic, just because they got a piece of paper, because they could regurgitate a whole lot of useless information and then just regurgitate it back. I remember I used to just learn by rote a whole lot of things, memorize it, go and actually do the exam, and a couple of days later you couldn't remember half the things you wrote. But as long as you got a good mark, that was all you're interested in. I mean, that's not knowledge. That's just basically regurgitating things that you're expected to know according to what they believe and telling and instructing you. And then you actually learn when you investigate yourself and you find all these contradictions and find all these nuanced relationships and all that. I'd rather do that research for 5 years rather than doing just garbage and excrement and actually feeling frustrated and angry. I want a calm retirement time. I don't want to be frustrated and pissed off with the people that I'm dealing with. No thanks. I've been through there fighting with academics in the past. I even screamed out at one lecture and told gave them the finger, got me into trouble. So no thanks. I don't want to go back to that sort of shit hole. We should timestamp, Harry, seriously. Thoughts at first and then have bugger. We'll have to acknowledge the master. Oh, yeah, you can. Do whatever you like. I don't really care, personally, Helen. For me, I just want to help people. If people want to, I don't put myself on a pedestal. As I say, 50% of the stuff that I say is probably wrong, and future science will probably prove what is right and what isn't that I've said. So research. So there's a lot of, especially when you're looking at the esoteric, the cutting edge stuff that I look at. There's a lot of stuff that's not settled in that area. So, and that's some reason why I pull back and don't say too much about that sort of stuff, because I don't want to confuse people. I just want to give them what is tangible and useful for their sort of circumstances, and then just sort of leave it at that without going too far in that direction. But I've got I need to do that. I've got another hypothesis about the Inuit that I've talked about with the deuterium side, and I've got a few other things. So I need to do some of my other hypotheses as well, videos. So I haven't stopped at that front. Be interesting to see in the future exactly how research scientists that work in these fields, what they come up with, and how wrong or right I was, or how close to what they uncover I am. So it'd be interesting. But at the end of the day, as a human, my focus isn't on, I'm not, it's not as if I'm going to get some bloody award, so it's more that basically there are issues out there that people are concerned about or thinking about or stuff like that, or they're doing things and then it seems to be working for one person, not working for the other person. And so you start thinking about these things, and then you think, well, how much damage, mitochondrial damage, you start looking at all these factors, these areas that other people are not looking at. And I've noticed when I've addressed some of these areas with some people, these people have got better. So I realize I'm on the right path. So my hypothesis seems to basically prove itself to some extent. But that's, an N of one here, an N of one there. It's still not proper research, but I'm not too phased about that. I'm more in the policy of, or in the mode of thinking of helping people come up with solutions, rather than really worrying whether I'm going to be criticized at some point of, some inaccuracies here or there. We're human. We're not gods. We can get things a bit wrong on the edges. It's just the way it is. And if it's sort of, we pull it off here or there, great, in a sense. But you need to acknowledge that. You need to be honest with yourself and others about that. And you need to basically make sure people are brought back to realistic levels and expectations, not, some outlandish stuff like that other people are selling, because they're either selling to try and get a reputation to be able to sell supplements and a whole lot of other things. And something that I won't do, because I don't believe in supplements, as you guys know. I believe in good nutrition. I believe in short-term use of supplementation to correct certain things. But, at the end of the day, it's going to be the long term is going to be how you look after your circadian rhythms, how you minimize some of your exposures to things that are deleterious environmentally wise or food wise. That's, it's going to come from those elements, your health, not from some bloody supplement that somebody's going to sell you, or some magical pill, because that's been the history of the medicine in the West, in many other countries now. It's pervasive. It's basically pills, and keep on going with all your other, sort of, it's not working. It's just getting worse. So, mate, You can come and go. We have I have no problems here. I won't be forcing you to do dusters. unlike that other fellow, the bald fellow. Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, mate, I mean, even when I do my Zoom sessions, because the other one was about 7 hours. I've got a lot of endurance, let's put it that way. But basically, I do have a good cushioning here on the chair. I've actually put extra, so so I don't get a sore backside in that regard. So I can sustain sitting for longer. Does help. So it's not too soft. It's not too hard either. It's somewhere in between, which is just the perfect. That's how it's supposed to be for good posture support without being really rigid, without being too much pressure. That's the best way to sit when you're in that sweet spot. My missus loves your accent. Oh, you're welcome, mate. And thank her as well. Speaking of Lane Norton, he's coming to some conference in the Czech Republic. I should go and just give him a slap. No, don't do that. You'll end up in jail. No, we don't need to be nasty. That's not how we win our arguments. We win our arguments with good research and good science. You could always go and actually ask him certain questions, and ask him, does he understand the Randall cycle? And what does he think about it? Things that nobody's actually asked him. Put him on the spot. Expose some of the stuff. That's the best way to deal with some people like that. Show them that for what they are, that they are ignorant about a number of important biological processes and biological research. So that's the best way of getting at these sort of people. Deuterium, can you make your own with UV lamps? Hope not. You mean deplete deuterium? I hope you mean deplete deuterium. There is absolutely zero research showing that you can actually deplete deuterium with UV lamps. Now, so for broad spectrum UV, there are two types of lamps. There is a blue, a UVB, and then there is a broad spectrum, which sort of has UVB, but some of the other frequencies as well, sort of bit the near infrared, the UVA type, and some of the other frequencies there. And that definitely would deplete under those circumstances because it's sort of mimicking much closer to the sun. We don't know whether it's UVB exactly. I think it's UVA that actually plays the bigger role in terms of it's the near infrared frequencies, like red light therapy. It's those ones, but at the exact frequencies, closer to what you get into that near infrared type frequencies, and that's what you're not going to get from a standard lamp. Most standard lamps are just UVB, so most likely not. But don't ask me to tell you what lamp or stuff like that. I've got zero research into lamps. I just know some general stuff about lamps, that some are coming in UVB, others are broad spectrum, very expensive ones, very hard to get, and so you can get actually like what are called UV panels, which have all the different, they sort of mimic the sun nearly. Those ones, yes, they would allow for depletion. If you expose your whole body for a whole hour, you'd get 19 parts per million. But in terms of, you could actually have it even, if you're working from home, you could be naked, have the damn thing right next to you and, exposing yourself all day like you're out in the sun type thing. Yep, you could do that, Helen. But a standard lamp with a UVB, unlikely. And I could not tell you which one to get. I'm completely and utterly ignorant of the different models and what's available out there. I usually just use the sun generally. That's my sort of approach. But, it's probably oh, look, I may actually at some stage probably look into some of these manufacturers, but I just don't know enough about them. I don't know about their manufacturing. I don't know about their non-native EMF exposures, because there are some manufacturers that actually produce stuff that don't emit, have low emissions, like with the light bulbs, low emission EMFs, non-native. There are people that have got like saunas that have got near infrared that don't actually emit a lot of non-native EMFs. They've really curtailed a lot of that sort of stuff down. So there are a whole lot of manufacturers out there, but I just don't know. And I've heard about them, I'm aware of them, but I don't know specific details, because you really have to go into researching the materials that they're using, the frequencies, the electronic equipment that is being used, how it's calibrated. You have to then try and find people that have tested the stuff and what results they've actually got. What are the electromagnetic frequencies? What have they detected from a number of models? So there are people out there that do some of that sort of stuff. You should Google, and you may find people that have got specific research on the quality and exactly what the frequencies are and exactly the types. But for a general thing of lamps, they're very different, and there's no way I could actually tell you exactly in that regard. Yes, and they can be very expensive as well. The sun is cheap. So if you're actually working from home, sit on the balcony, naked, or basically, well, naked is probably a problem with your neighbors, but in a bikini, perfect. What are they going to say? You can say, I'm just wearing a bikini. What's wrong with you? So that's an option. Don't apologise, Helen. No need to apologise. This is just a Q&A, friendly Q&A. We basically just ask questions. There's no bad question. There is no bad question. We don't learn unless we ask. And I like straightforward questions. I don't like, wishy-washy. Things drive me up the wall when people are wishy-washy and not straightforward. You want to tell me something, tell it to my face, straightforward. Simple as that, and I will tell it back in the same way. Bikini, not a good idea, not a good look. Are you that worried? Can you deplete during winter as well, or similar bad like vitamin D? No, you can actually, obviously you can deplete in certain latitudes far more. From what we understand, there seems to be more depletion in latitudes that are it's a bit like the vitamin D as well in that regard. How much if you're in latitudes where there's hardly any solar radiation coming through, like in winter in the northern or southern hemisphere, how you get very, like, 6 months or very little light. Obviously, in those sort of environments, you basically need long chain fats. That's my Inuit hypothesis, Wakey Toaster. That's why you need more long chain fats. It's not a question of glucose. You don't upregulate gluconeogenesis. What you do is you actually stop ketosis, because ketone bodies cannot furnish metabolic water. Deuterium depleted metabolic water, only long chain fats. That's why those Inuits have no option. The ones that are close to the Arctic, they need to deuterium deplete because they can't do it with the sun. There's no sun up there. That's where the genetic pressure. Chris Master John on his hypothesis, you need carbohydrates. No, he got it wrong. That's not the question about ketones. It's completely wrong. The whole reason is that your body will basically, through gluconeogenesis, will provide the brain with glucose that it needs, and all the long chain fats will be prioritized primarily, so you'll take the glycerol backbone, gluconeogenically convert that to glucose and provide it. You won't, and out of those long chain fats, you will not create ketone bodies. You will basically create, you'll oxidize those at a much higher rate. So the enzymes through lipolysis in Inuit is much higher of these people with this genetics. And that tells you quite clearly you're actually requiring more metabolic water that is deuterium depleted, because you're exposed to more deuterium high water in the environment, the snow and all that, and the stuff that you use as water sources. So you need to deplete. There's no other way around it. You don't have the UV. So that's why, yes, latitude does affect that sort of side effect as well. So yes, that's why the closer to the Arctic you are, the only way you can deplete is with long chain fats, period. I'm watching the block at the same time. Good for you. Well, you may excite the neighbours. Nothing wrong with that, Helen. I live on a life in a trail might frighten the children. Oh, who cares about the children? They need to grow up. What's wrong with them? Harry, the autophagy video was excellent. Oh, thank you. So much misinformation out there on autophagy. Exactly. It's so damn confusing for a lot of people. If you are on a species appropriate diet and running low insulin levels, should autophagy work optimally? It should technically. It should basically work better. Exercise is also important. You can't ignore exercise as part of the autophagy. It does improve that sort of side. Restricting, something we can do is we're not continually in the trough. So we are more able on a carnivore diet to reduce our eating, our continuous eating, which is a good thing. So we end up with more hours that we can activate low-grade autophagy, which is a good thing. You're clearing out. Because you're not in in glycolysis, you're actually producing less reactive oxygen species. Through complex 1, you actually generate, which is a lot of the actual, when we're talking about carbohydrate metabolism, you're actually pumping through far more, via that complex when you're using glucose. And as a consequence, you do tend to generate more reactive oxygen species. These things are not good in excess. Small amounts of signaling molecules, yep, good to send, and also for biogenesis through reverse electron transport through complex 1 due to certain types of long chain fats again that can generate more mitochondrial density. Very important. I'm glad you did find it interesting and all that sort of stuff. Some of the differences with the apoptosis and how to achieve that better. People now understand the importance of vitamin D, getting out in the sun when it comes to apoptosis. It's another reason why, most people with cancer are very highly deficient in vitamin D. Breast cancer, prostate cancer, vitamin D deficiencies again, because the enzymes that control proliferation in both those tissues are vitamin D dependent. So, yeah, it doesn't surprise me. It's just, and so to regulate growth is basically vitamin D dependent. To force apoptosis in those specific tissue types, again, vitamin D plays a bigger role. Retinol plays a different role in some of the other tissues, as I've talked about, like in the skin and places like that. But yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed it. I'm trying to sort of cover these points because there's a lot of myths, falsehoods out there, and I'm trying to basically allow you guys to have a better understanding how to use biohacks, how to use fasting, how to use basically, senolytics, how to use, exercise to achieve better, vitamin D, these sort of interactions with the environment. It's all about getting those little important elements that are basically going to provide you with a longer health span and are going to allow your body to function better. The ultimate thing is to get the body to function better so you can actually heal better, you can actually clear stuff out, and you can actually improve. Yeah, what was that? Harry reaching the end of the chat. What would you say? Wacky Toaster? Reaching the end of the chat, midstream, impossible. You guys are slow. Get your act together. Carney energy. My damn thing dropped out. What a mess. And see, it must have been that little ice cream that I had earlier. It energized me. Where is she gone? She's gone. I don't see her in the chat. She's done a runner. I'll give her a hard time tomorrow. You abandoned me in midstream, I'll say to her. Yes. Yeah, really important that we sort of try to optimize these things. And I do like doing those videos. I mean, I don't see them anywhere else on the interwebs. People just don't have an interest. I like to basically just clarify certain things, how they work and stuff like that, and just allow people to understand how their body works much better, to have a deeper understanding, and then they can actually make those slight modifications here or there, and improve their health. Ultimately, I just want people to be healthier, live a better life, enjoy their family life with less problems and health problems, because health problems do cause problems in the family life as well. You know, I've been through that sort of stuff myself, and if I can help other people avoid that situation, yeah, that's part of why I'm here in that regard. So, you know, so that's why most of the other channels are just the same. They just regurgitate the same garbage. They're sort of just focused on, you know, attacking each other or doing this sort of stuff. Or there's no problems with actually exposing misanthropists and saying these people are doing wrong. I've done a few of those videos, but that's not my main focus. My main focus is really trying to provide information and knowledge to people how to basically better biohack themselves and improve their health better and overcome a number of issues in their lives, because ultimately that's the most important thing. Generally when you're thinking about yourself, you're saying, I do want to be healthier, I do want to have a better life, I do want to have less problems. So I think it's important for people. A lot of other people, probably just ignore all that sort of stuff for the simple reason that they're more focused on selling supplements or promoting some, another one of those ideological things like the vegans or people like that. Don't give a shit about that. If issues within what I do were wrong to some degree, I'd change them. I don't have, for me, as a citizen scientist, I'm more concerned about understanding the truth, how things work. I consider myself very ignorant about a lot of things, let alone the others. If I'm ignorant, how ignorant are they? Scarily ignorant. We are not even at civilization 1. We still don't understand a lot of things of how the body works. We are very ignorant. And people out there that sort of act as if they understand things or, I know the truth. Bullshit. As Bart says, the research in this area is crap. Is so crappy. It's so poor. There's only a few mechanistic studies and a few things that actually show relationships. And then we've got the N15 data that actually shows what is more closer to an ancestral diet. And if we get closer to that, even people that have got severe issues like bipolar and stuff like that, when they shift, or major issues, collagen issues, like, Michaela Peterson, people like that, or Amber Hearn with bipolar, it's only when people shift to a species appropriate diet, they see dramatic change. The rest of us see minor things, and sort of sometimes it's not as convincing. I point those people out and say, these people have tried everything. They went to a species appropriate diet and radically, you're still here, good, and radically transformed their lives. So not all of us are going to be that damaged to see those radical changes. It's only when you're that damaged that you see that. Nothing else works bar the carny diet. So that's the way I sort of approach things anyway. Anyway, Perry, is too fast, powered by meat. Yes, Ness. Say no to the sugar rush. Meat and ice cream. Yeah, low carb. We're talking about here carnivore ice cream or low carb type. Yes, I've been told. And I'm being monitored at the moment. I have to be careful what I say. Still trying to understand how long-term muscle loss works. Meat won't let me lose fiber. You have to actually work the body. It's not only enough to get actual amino acids in, and leucine plays a big role. Leucine is your key muscle protein synthesis driver, but you still have to have some level of weight-bearing exercise as well, because as you get older, your ability to uptake from your gut amino acids reduces. So the bio-utilization actually drops. It's just one of those things. It's because it really doesn't happen in tribal people. It's really in modern people because of mitochondrial dysfunction and loss of mitochondrial density. It's really what is driving a lot of this sort of stuff, where you don't have healthy lifespan, but you're continually declining. You've got more senescence building up, and that senescence is causing, it actually generates more cytokines and inflammation and localized damage, and that sort of accelerated damage that is not being controlled, and that out of control is just creating more and more and more, and then it's, you're deteriorating, and it's much harder. Now, you could actually add a taurine supplement that will increase the utilization and the transport of amino acids, plus a bit of additional supplementation of leucine. I've said that people in nursing homes should be on both supplements to basically increase their muscle protein synthesis, or at least slow down their wastage. So really important. And my videos point that out. You're going to even be on a low protein kibble diet in a nursing home, and if you give people the supplement of leucine, and if you add to that taurine as an amino transporter, let alone the benefits for the brain in terms of dementia and Alzheimer's and the beta amyloid angle, you're basically going to have slightly healthier old people in those old homes that are not as sick in that regard. So, but, in the end, there's between that damage and repair, and damage is always going to win in the end, unfortunately. That's the reality. It's a question of whether you've got accumulated damage and you're going to accelerate the decline and the snuffing out in that regard. So, yes, but movement is very important for maintaining, and weight bearing, is also very important. Yep. It's all related. It's all related, basically, back to diet, back to a lot of things. Some of this sort of stuff is also, there's sort of crystals. I mean, I showed you in that oxalate video, Ness, we're showing those crystals in joints and even in younger, exposed in birth children. So these things can be problematic, and a lot of us have got accumulated some of that sort of stuff in our joints and stuff like that. And so, citric acid is sort of important to take for a while to keep the stuff getting out of our system. Takes time. and then it will take time to heal. And when you're healing a lot of other things in your body, there's only so many there's a rate limiting effect how many enzymes can be activated and used in your body to create the energy and then use that energy to fix things. So the more damage you've got, the bloody harder it is to fix everything, is the problem, you know. So raw products that basically, you know, increase stem cells, they're helpful. The other way of actually reducing and improving your status is also the senolytics that I talk about, and eliminating a lot of the problems. So you've got more healthy cells, and so you can create more energy, and with more healthy cells and less damaged cells, you can, yeah. I did talk about on the Zoom session to people about some of my ideas and some experimentation, and I will make a video on that about some of my change of mind on how to use senolytics, some new ways. I'm just currently looking at things and experimenting, so I will probably withdraw that video at some point and make a completely new video. Some of that stuff is still valid, don't get me wrong, but it'll be, you know, I'm rethinking a few things to sort of take it to the next level, so to speak. Because a lot of us have accumulated damage over many years, and we sort of need to sort these things out a bit, yes, with a bit more effort. Oh, thank you, StreamYard. Thank you for doing that. G'day, Bert. Good to see you, mate. Hi, how are you? I like the way you look at the deleterious effects of supplements. You used to use them to help something important, but realize how long-term use it could back to bite you. Exactly. Yeah. Pantothenic acid is one of those B vitamins that can actually be a problem. I've talked about can actually, in large amounts, prolonged use can cause insomnia and other issues. So that's because it stores. And I did a video with Bart K. So it's on his channel, and it's in one of my playlists with chats with Bart K. So I do discuss that in that regard. So yeah. Could have been on a live stream. I can't remember now. It's a while. I need to probably find it or do another video on my channel specifically for it. But it's a low priority. I've still got all the other stuff that I have to do. Yes, I noticed. Good for you. I finished my laundry at lunch. When I came back, it was all, you know, done. So I just had to do the, you know, the de-dampener thing for 30 minutes. So once I did that, it was fine. And then I just basically put everything out. I did have a bit of ice cream right after that, even before I had my meat. Before, I mean, I had the meat before, and then I had dessert that you brought around. Confusing myself. The other thing is, I emptied part of the supermarket of some of their beef jerky, so there's not much around. Sorry. I even left some in my drawer at work. Probably they've restocked by now, but I did pig out a bit. Yes, we usually complain that the others actually gone there. Yes, they did say. Young lady had actually picked up quite a bit, and I didn't find any the previous day on Thursday last week. Was that you? Like being lazy about after building up or good performance for 6 months and getting back to the same level in a few days. Yeah, look, things can happen, you know, especially when it comes to, you know, you still got to maintain. You just can't. If you don't do physical movement, you basically sit back and start being sedentary again. Yeah, you can get. There is a bit of a biohack there. I mean, if you like up your supplementation of leucine, what it does is it actually slows all that down. But it's not a good thing to do. You know, you really want to be moving your body. It's healthy. You really want to weight-bearing exercise and all that. You don't want to artificially slow things down. But, you know, I say that people that are in nursing homes that can't move, that have got issues, you've got to rebuild them up. I mean, they can't even get out of a seat. You've got to give them leucine to build up some of their muscular strength so they can start moving, give them taurine as an amino transporter. Because in most of those nursing homes, it's the profit motive. They're not going to give them a lot of, high protein nutrition. So if you've got an elderly person in one of those, the three things that I would do, because there's no way you can get food in there, period. I'd basically take them in like a whey supplement or a casein supplement, even better, because that can slowly be digested. Probably a casein supplement would be better because it can slowly be digested, as long as they don't have any issues. I actually didn't use a casein or a whey supplement. I used a bovine protein. It's what was it called? It was basically all the essential amino acids. It basically was a bovine mix. So it's basically they get animal flesh and they powder it. Basically, I forget the name, but there are brands out there that they're not many. The majority are casein and whey, but there are a couple of brands that are using grass-fed beef, and they have powderized it and created all the aminos of that. So it's like the beef, but in a powder form, in a sense. And you basically give that to the elderly person together with a leucine supplement. So at least they do 30 gram scoop. They put a leucine supplement, a taurine supplement in there, mix it up, and take that. And that will help your older father, mother, uncle, or whatever, relative or partner that you're too old to look after and they've had to go into a nursing home for whatever reason, and try and help them get on their feet again. Probably help yourself as well with something like that if you're finding it difficult to digest a lot of meat and stuff like that because your digestive system isn't working as well. So, yeah, very important, those sort of things. My guess, based on years of paying attention to and exercise, is that muscle joints 95% use is to lose it category. Well, overuse isn't a good thing, especially cardio. Definitely not. Can be a problem in joint damage, but also oxalates, big issue, especially when you're overusing joints and you've got a lot of oxalates in your system. You're going to create more microfractures in the joints, and they will open up and create a lot of these issues. So, yes, then bone on bone is what you end up with. Very painful. I think I covered the muscle wastage and stuff like that. So, and yep, I think it's all related to what I just said. So, I'm not going to recover that. I think I've pretty much covered it. The importance of getting good animal nutrition in, plus some alternative approaches for older people, and movement and weight bearing exercises, all that sort of stuff, pretty much is what helps. Yep. Time to get some steaks down. Nice one. Exactly. Very much. What's the biggest challenge to astronauts? The bone loss, no load on the frame from gravity. Yep. Big issue. Big bloody issue. So there is a design of a vessel to explore cost about $1 trillion, but anyway. But it would generate half. They could actually change the designs of space stations to basically generate about up to nearly 0.90% of the Earth's gravity and reduce this problem. And the other thing is, exercising in space is really hard to develop weight bearing. It's a damn problem. They do try and actually use a number of things to try and work different muscle groups, but it's not the same as in a gravity well. So yeah, it is a problem, and they do sustain a lot of muscle skeletal loss. It's just one of those things. Yes. Pork chops in the air fryer here. Sounds good. Hope it's a stainless steel air fryer, Bjorn, and not one of those coated ones. Yep, good, yeah. Yeah, I do plan to do another one with some additional information and some additional stuff that people can keep in mind and all that. So it's a folder that I've got, and I've got a few things there, and I'm still milling about it. So at some point I'll be doing it. Probably be later this year, probably closer to December before I get around doing it at this stage. So plenty to do. Sort of, I thought I was going to end up. I'll tell you one thing. I thought I was going to end up doing more this week than I actually ended up doing. I've got some stuff that I'll be releasing next week. It just needs to be processed. I noticed Pim, she had actually done a video. She wants to release it on Monday. She's trying to pressure Bart in the recent live chat to get him to do it, to finish it. Yeah, it's a bloody hassle, believe me. I know what Pim feels like. I go, oh, God, I have to do all that processing, make sure all the audio is correct and everything. Because remember some of the older videos I used to rush them, and they had woeful audio in some regards. So you got to put some work into it. It's when you got a day job, it's even harder. Believe me, there's a lot of things, and that's why if you guys come to the Zoom sessions, we can have conversations about some of this sort of stuff. And you guys will actually, a lot of the people that have come, they've learned a number of things that I've discussed and got into in some depth. That's why they end up being like 7 hours. Continuous Zoom session goes for hours, is because we really get heavily into a lot of different subject matters. So people, learn a lot about a lot of different things, and then and people amongst themselves talk about different things and bring up different things. So yeah, it's a nice community type get together. So up to you when you want to turn up or not. Sort of associational studies, nothing mechanistic that I've seen. At the end of the day, importance of, for hyaluronic acid and stuff like that, it's stuff that you're getting connective tissue, and things of those sources. Again, animal foods are going to be better. I mean, collagen, what is it? Mineralized bone is mineralized collagen. So most of that stuff, you really need a carny diet to get the sort of stuff you need. The body can create a lot of the other stuff as long as it's not deranged in any severe way. Ogie, how are you, mate? Hi, Harry. What are your thoughts on reduced meat consumption to save the planet? Absolute nonsense. Looks like governments are really starting to push this. Yes, they are. Misanthropists that they are. Yes, they definitely are. It's ridiculous. It's absolute excrement and ridiculous in every way. Yeah, what do you expect? If you take a look, I actually did a chat on the methane. There was a methane in one of my chats with Bart. I actually cover exactly some of these questions. I show statistics, official statistics showing the decline in the animals. And if you take into consideration the decline of wildlife as well, because of us tearing down forests and building monocrops of palm oil and monocrops of basically seed oils of different types and kibble like soy and stuff like that. That's what's really harming the planet and biological diversity. And it's confirmed through the carbon isotopes. So the carbon-12 coming from methane from animals has been declining since the 70s. the carbon coming from fossil fuels has been increasing right throughout the whole century, and in the 21st century, it's C13. Those isotopes are quite clear that meat has absolutely nothing to do with it, and animals in general. Why would they? I mean, we're talking about once upon a time on the planet, there were more ruminant animals and stuff like that than there are today. And when they were, the weather was much colder. So what the hell are they talking about? It's nonsense. You know, all you have to do, take a look at the biomass of the past. There's actually archaeologists that have looked at the biomass of the past. And when you look at the biomass of the past, it was much higher than today. So when you've got higher biomass, that means wild biomass, one does not correlate with the other. Not even close. So it's absolute nonsense. But again, you know, it's people pushing nonsense and making arguments. It's like basically they ignoring the methane cycle, the carbon cycle, any of these things. Why? Because they want to push this sort of policy. The only thing that is in excess of the carbon cycle is fossil fuels. That means what we do to power our cars, fly our jet planes, like all these executives that go around lecturing the rest of us and actually fly around producing more carbon than you can poke a stick at. Not that I have a problem with carbon, but you know what I mean. They do. And then hypocritically, they want to deny us meat so they can still fly around in their jets. Fucking bastards. Yes. Absolute excrement, all that garbage. But it's a problem because a lot of people are ignorant and being manipulated, unfortunately. I saw the vegan evangelists are now evangelizing from a massage parlor. Exactly. I did ask Bart, do they actually provide a good massage service? I mean, their information is shit. They provide shit information, but they provide at least good massage service? He hasn't got back to me. It's a legitimate question. I did put some funny faces there, so he probably thought, oh yeah, okay, Harry's taking the piss. Beef jerky ice cream, exactly. Don't get me hungry. It's late. It's 9 o'clock. Circadian rhythms. I have to defocus from food. Chris, get my mind off. Yeah, the Hypocrites Institute, exactly. Yeah, as I said, do they have a good massage service? Probably not. No, Rogers and Peter Bullsterd. Never can pronounce big names. Good sources on that topic. Yeah, I've actually seen some of Peter's work. He's pretty good. I don't know anything about Diana. So I may have to look her up and find out. But yeah, Peter's a great inspiration about in that sort of stuff. But I didn't use his data. He's more about regenerative farming and how it all works and all that. I just looked at USDA data and stuff like that. This was years ago before I even knew this guy that I did chats with, Bart. And I was more focused on the data. I said, what does the data show? These people are claiming this. What does the data show? And that's where I went to, Ness. And Peter's just next level where he's talking about, hold on, your arguments are crap. Plus, regenerative farming does work because, we used to use it in the past, crop rotation to rebuild soils. And he's right. You take away animals, soils degrade, So, and that's the reality. There is basically, what do they put in? What do farmers get to actually build their soils, or people that have got little basically their own hobby farms or their own gardens or whatever? Blood and bone. Where do you think that comes from? Animals, dead animals. These people don't understand the cycle of life and death. Animal nutrition, all the actual furnishing material, basically, and the great less spoken about are the other, basically all those little microorganisms that break everything down. The fungi, those fungi that actually just permeate all dead tissue. And what do? They convert it into material for the living. Fantastic work. Without fungi on the planet, we would be in a planet very quickly of a lot of dead trees, dead humans, dead everything just sitting there dead. Basically, you'd have all these, it'd be like a planet full of dead things and very little space for anything new to appear. Fungi are the great recyclers. And, once all these systems are in play and working properly, the planet really works well. It's these arseholes that are degrading the planet. And they've grabbed onto the vegans and all that, providing them their kibble and their propaganda to bullshit while the planet's going to hell in a handbasket and being degraded, the soil erosion, all this sort of stuff. It's they're doing. The kibble eaters are doing it. They are the biggest vandals on the planet. Beef jerk ice cream. Are you getting ideas? Don't you worry. I still have plenty of beef jerky at home. I bet you have. You empty basically the supermarket each time I turn up. I have to go to the end of the week before I find any. We're both in the city, that's why. There's only one Woolies in the city. Who gets there first to get most of the beef jerky? We only go for a specific brand that has no seed oils, no crap and stuff like that. It's fairly innocuous. It's just closer to, probably not the highest quality. It's not, but you can buy it in large amounts and consume it if you want to as a snack. Yes. Thanks to Diane and Peter. Great. How do you get that message out to the mainstream and governments? Bloody hard. But I say to people, send it to your politicians. I do. I email politicians stuff. I don't get replies. I've only had one reply from one politician. I don't get, in that regard. Some of them, they just send you back the standard shit. But if you blast them enough time with some of this information, some of these people are going to pick it up. And you can already see there are politicians, occasionally some of them that are adventurous and have got the courage to basically speak out about these things and say, well, this is just nonsense. So, but you've got to provide them with the information. And it's not only politicians in parliament, you're talking about also politicians in local councils, everywhere, all different areas. Bombard them with good information. That's what we've got to sort of do to sort of basically, because we're fighting a lot of misinformation, unfortunately. And if you can actually just turn a few of those people around, they won't have the weight of numbers to be able to force things as easy, because there's going to be some resistance where other people are going to say, hold on, look at this information. Why are you guys ignoring this information? And that will make it much more difficult for them. It's not that they won't continue the policies, but they'll have to ease off. They won't be able to slam them as hard because they've been exposed to some extent, if you know what I'm getting at. So, yeah. Channel YouTube Academia of Ideas has some answers to that. Interesting. Yes, I may do that as well. The average American eats 3 to 5 pounds of food a day, 2 pounds of meat, and basically only is less. I doubt Barbados that they are actually consuming, even a family, 2 pounds of meat. I doubt that. People today are really, if you take a look, like a pizza, you buy a pizza, like these pizzas, it's just a few slices of pepperoni on it. That's it. The rest of it's just kibble junk. Very few people buy real food. They're buying all these packaged stuff, which has just got small little servings and pieces of animal foods on them. If you're talking about like animal foods in general, yes, there's probably up to 2 pounds in terms of cheese, and there's probably more dairy they're getting into their diet than actual animal flesh in itself. So, yes. I'm just going on basically when I actually walk through the supermarket. This is in Australia, let alone the US. I'm not sure where you are located on the planet, but I can tell you in the US and the Australia as well, to a lesser extent, but more in the US, people just have got all these packaged foods. All they do is just heat them up and eat all this processed stuff. Nobody cooks. Most people don't even have the skills anymore to cook. That's how bad it is. Either they eat out or eat all this packaged ready meals, which has got very little good nutrition in it, believe me. Where are you located, mate? Where are you located? How are you? Good to see you. You're late. The FLCCC Alliance for recommending Nigerian stuff as an alternative if you can't get hold of ivermectin as a prophylaxis. Okay. Nigella sativa. Okay, I have not heard of that. I know about ivermectin, but Nigella sativa. I'll look into it. Interesting. Thank you. Appreciate it, John. Yeah, look into that one. Completely unaware of it. Find out whether there's any side effects or any issues or whatever. Just for my own interest. The only thing they are massaging is themselves and the data. Exactly. Yes. Yes, those vagoons. That is all they do. What if I take a big area of nature, release some cows in there, let them go wild again, and then hunt them? Best meat ever. Oh, you could. If you're in a cold climate, they will actually build up a bit more fat on them as well, depending on the latitude. So, yes, have fun. Go back to nature. They are not. Wasn't clear. Carnies eating 2 pounds a day is nothing compared to the average American. Oh, okay. Yes. Yes. Now I understand, because it just didn't make sense. I'm going, what? It's something, we basically do, not them. Yes. For them, it's just small, minute little bits here and there on their processed kibble. New Jersey. You guys have got, your water. You're in America. Yeah. Anyway, but you explained here. Fair enough. Yes, I know you're in the United Arab Emirates. Yes, thank you for subscribing. Try and get some more people in the UAE to subscribe. I did get a few from, like, a few Hong Kong people from my next door neighbor. Some of her friends have subscribed, which is nice. So, still struggling with some of the Greek sides. There's a few Greeks that have come on board. Of one moment there, I had more Turkish subscribers than Greeks. A few of them are sort of equal now, but still in those two parts of the world, it's been a struggle to get anyone. The Balkans, it's been very thin on the ground. I think I've had a couple of people in the Balkans, and I think there's a few Romanians. There's actually more Romanians. But yes, I believe DJ Projectus, you're from that part of the world. And camel meat. Exactly, DJ Projectus. Very well. Yes. You're lucky. Camel meat is really good, and camel milk is really good. So, damn lucky. I think that there is a place in South Australia where we can get camel milk. Was it Helen that actually put it up last time? I can't remember now. But in one of my live streams, I did pin it. I should actually do a video on that, just so people know where they can get some. and I should do a bit of research to find out whether I can get some for myself. Which is, I'd be interested in getting some Nigella sativa oil, black seed oil. Ah, okay, okay, yeah. I don't know enough about it. Whether it has, I've heard about it, but I don't really know enough about. Yeah, the black seed oil I've heard about, but I do not know enough about the effects. Thanks, Alex. Good to see you here, mate. So yeah, I'll have to look into that and find out what sort of research exists around it. As long as it's not industry, because a lot of it sometimes it's just industry stuff, industry, and you look at it and you go, highly conflicted, I'll take it with a grain of salt sometimes. Still means that it's commonly planted and cultivated. Oh, jelly is great. Okay. I just don't know about it. You guys know more about it than me, so I will have to look into it. I only go to one. You know the one in the city, in the Wellington, court area. Oh, there is the other. Well, technically, that's not actually in the city, my dear. The boundary is in North Hobart. You know where Warwick. Oh, actually, no, you may be right. You are right. Damn, it's on the border of it, between North Hobart, because it actually along Warwick Street, it goes in out, in out, in out like that. It's the most ridiculous, the absolute most ridiculous sort of. It doesn't even follow the road. It's because some councillors in the past had some of those properties and actually made sure that they were in a specific, suburb. Ridiculous, but yes, but that is the truth behind that. Yes, councillor, you can change your boundary around your property to give it higher value. Yes, corruption alive and well in local government everywhere. I bet. I bet. Yeah, it's probably one of the things that when I was flying back, I did actually. No, when I was. That's right. That was a different year that I was going to Europe, and I did drop into the UAE. I didn't. Yeah. Oh, it was a different time. If I go back now, I would definitely try some. East Tamil Thomas. How are you, mate? But honestly, I buy Australian, New Zealand beef and lamb. uh, I personally, if there was so much camel, I hope you drink camel milk. Do you drink camel milk? To get camel meat, you have to be early because it finishes fast. Okay. Oh, okay. So it's okay. Let me just allow DJ Projectus to be allowed because there's no other person moderating at the moment. Oops. Yeah. Okay. So you got to get early. Yeah. Okay. Get up early. You're a night owl like me, I presume. Yeah. It doesn't help. I saw a restaurant in China specialized in a single organ dishes, penises with from different animals. Well, Chinese are a bit like that. They'll eat anything. They're like the French. French and the Chinese are very similar. They'll eat anything. So very much. So it doesn't surprise me at all. DJ Projectus. Camel burgers could be a hit in Europe. Sounds good. It actually is lower deuterium meat as well. So if you're talking about deuterium levels of animal products, camels are the most deuterium depleting top end machines on the planet. So their meat and fat would be the lowest in deuterium. So yeah, good stuff. Are you kidding me? What, you can't get raw camel milk? You know, can't you contact one of the local sort of camel herders to try and get from them, or is it really sort of difficult? You could get into trouble with the authorities if you did. Yeah, it's disappointing. Yeah, it is. Yeah. I know in the South Australian company, what they do is they actually label it as raw milk from camels for animal use. So they deliberately, so people buy it, you know, I'm using it for my pet. So you can actually give your pet raw milk, but you can't give yourself raw milk. How ridiculous is that? You know? Yeah, exactly. I forgot the rules as well. I was sort of, oh, great. He's in the paradise, a camel paradise with milk and everything. And then, yes, always forget the rules, don't we? Yeah, I sort of try and keep it to a minimum. It's only in at work when I want the occasional coffee that, yes, I've got no option. Mate, Ness, it's a deterrent depleting machine. Not against the law, so you have to find okay, because the companies there basically do pasteurize because they probably export to other neighboring countries. Got it. And so they have to do it just for standardization. But if you get it directly from a farmer, it's not against the law. Great. Okay. So it's just a matter of finding somebody. Yes. Well, I'd be out there finding a farmer if I was you. I would do it. If I was living in the UAE, I would basically be having camel milk every day, every morning. So, yes, I'd definitely be into it myself personally. But yeah, it's pasteurized. I probably would give it a miss, but I would definitely try and get the stuff. I remember in the village in Greece, sort of getting up in the morning and just getting a glass of warm, warmish, lukewarmish goat milk. That was, yeah, what a way to start the day. That was nice. Yep, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but it's the reality. Because there's not enough population. They want to export as well, and it's an export product. And why not, but, so much nutrition is lost. Are bacterias depleting deuterium in yogurt? Do not know. Good question. Very good question. There is some information that they can use some of the deuterium, some of the strains of bacteria I that have been looked at that can actually utilize some of the deuterium as a growth factor. So it can reduce. But there's not enough research, unfortunately. I think it's minuscule. I don't think it's a major depleter in that regard. It's, still our enzymes that are depleting, doing the work. I think it's a very minimalistic sort of stuff because they can use it as a growth factor, but we're talking about very minuscule amounts that are being used. It's not going to really make a difference, honestly, DJ Projectus. But and I don't know which strains either. So you sort of uncertain about that. But I haven't looked at all, exactly in detail. It's because it's so of a very low level of its significance. Why would you bother, sort of thing? You know what I mean? But look, everything helps. You could say in a sense. So having a better gut microbiome more beneficial. But the key thing is the best way to actually keep your deuterium levels down is to basically not eat foods high in deuterium. That's the best way. Because the body's always going to struggle with high loads to deplete. You're using additional energy to deplete when you could be using that energy to repair. So do you want to deplete or do you want to repair? And that's what I say to people. Get the stuff out that's high in deuterium so you're doing less depletion and more repair, because ultimately that's what you want to do. in the body to, if you want to live longer and healthier. So, there is a balance to, with all these things. I think there's more effort. It's like, yes, you can take cerule. You can actually increase your stem cells, stuff like that. But then you could basically fast. You could basically exercise. You could basically do a lower, you could eat more like stearic acid and stuff like that, and encourage more reverse electron transport and more biogenesis for mitochondrial density, and actually improve cellular function, improve energy production, and get better results, have more youthful energy levels, or not necessarily exactly youthful, but better than people at your age, so you can do more repair. Like young people, they get a bit of injury, they repair pretty quickly because they've got far better mitochondrial density. So that's the sort of focus which is better. Throwing in a whole lot of things, yes, they do help, but they're not going to fix the big things. The big picture things is where we want, and deuterium is really fundamentally important to maintaining healthy mitochondria. So yeah, can't stress that enough in terms of energy production. Very bloody important. So yeah. I mean, it's, if you can get the meat and get the milk, you're on a winner. So, and you're also eating something that is more ancestral, so more suited to even your adaptations, within that region. So, and more close to the photonic energy that's inside that animal, which is similar photonic energy as the environment you're in. That's another important. That's another sort of go down the rabbit hole of quantum biology. But yes, those things can be important, eating locally, so to speak. There are other differences between tap water and metabolic water apart from deuterium. Oh, there are. I mean, there's a lot of differences in it. The sort of you could say the way the water, the viscosity of the water is different. You have a different viscosity state between the two as well. So one can actually act as a much better transistor around the mitochondria. So there are differences in that regard. So yes, that's for another video, a long video. It's in one of those future videos that will happen at some point. So much chlorine. Yeah, that as well. Fluoride, plenty of things. But the big issue is primarily the deuterium, as far as I'm concerned. But these other things are not helpful either. Sort of. It's more has to do with less than having memory. It's more the subatomic nature, sort of what they call the spooky effect at a distance, in that sort of environment, and under certain circumstances, potential tunneling effects, electron tunneling effects. So yes, interesting stuff. All about physics. Hormones is another one. Pretty sure they don't filter it out, or chemical A negates it either. Oh, there's pharmaceuticals. There's a lot of different things that do get their way in some of this water. Unfortunately, there's it depends also the place of the earth. Where are you? The treatment plant. Is it water coming from a catchment area, which is going to have less problems? There's a lot of factors Let's put it that way. There's more water problems in America, in the US. In Australia, places like Tasmania, far less, or New Zealand, very little as well. So, but in the US, there's a lot of dilapidated old infrastructure and more issues in terms of, contamination and other issues related to that. So, yeah, there are quite a lot of issues in many parts of the US. Yes, they need to spend more. They need to cut back some of their other military budget, so to speak, and probably use some of that money to improve their infrastructure within their own country. So, yes. So eating a proper human foods is, species appropriate. Yep, yep. If you're grounding yourself, you're out in the sun, and you're basically eating species appropriate foods, you're sleeping properly, you're doing all these other things and minimizing the indiscretions, you should have very good mitochondrial health. Yes. But most of us don't have that sort of lifestyle, and most of us haven't lived ancestrally right through. It's like that Maasai 80-year-old that could actually outrun Mary Ruddock up a hillside, and she's in her mid-40s, ex-vegetarian, but still has some mitochondrial damage after all the indiscretions she did through her life. That's the difference. My friend, Hello Kitty, my dad walks faster than her, and he's 87. Again, he's done less damage to himself. There's all these sort of things. It's not accidental, and he's also, without realizing it, consumed most of his life more lower deuterium foods, because even the vegetables that he did consume, they're all cooked, so they've got less anti-nutrients, and he used to soak them and all that, reducing those, but they're all sort of the type that are low glycemic loads, greens and stuff like that, and some traditional Greek type of vegetables that are very low. There's some wild plants that he's got as well, very low in deuterium. So because of the photosynthetic effect, plus animal foods, a lot of dairy foods, Dad very heavy into dairy for most of his life. So yeah, but if you're consuming seed oils and all these other things and refined sugars and stuff like that, alcohol and whatever else, you're definitely going to have far more damage, over time. And most people nowadays, unfortunately, do have a lot more damage. Much harder to repair damage once you've got it. Believe me, I'm still working on a lot of the biohacks to reverse a lot of the stuff that I did to damage myself. I am looking younger than I did about a decade ago, so I have improved in that regard. And if I go back 15 years when I was 40, I had a big overweight problem. This is before I had my cardiovascular operation. But on top of that, I had a lot of health problems, and I looked very pasty white, and I looked like shit. Now I've got colour, and I'm more vibrant and more stronger. I would have passed out after I couldn't actually get up 2 flights of stairs, let alone stay on for hours talking and off the cuff, being able to answer like that to people. That would have been impossible in the past. So yes, the carney diet does definitely improve stamina for a 55-year-old and generally better looking 55-year-old and a lot of other improvements. But it's been 10 years of biohacking and doing a lot of things that I'm slowly teaching you guys about in that regard. So don't expect miracles. It takes time and effort. Nothing comes for free or easy. What's your opinion of kefir for gut health? It can help. It can help because it can actually bring back a whole lot of strains that people may have lost due to inappropriate past diets. So yes, it can be very helpful as an intervention. And occasionally I have a bit because I like it. It's a sort of a milky yogurt. My water has a lot of arsenic in it. Yep. Things like that can actually be dealt with. Selenide. Selenide comes from selenium, And some of the best sources for selenium is liver and eggs, and a number of the seafood are very high in it as well. I did a video on mercury. It does look at the ratios of mercury to selenide to selenium. And when it's a low ratio, it means that you've got very little mercury and a lot of selenium. And that selenium will also chelate and get rid of the mercury, but it can get rid of arsenic, cadmium, and a couple of other things, heavy metals. Plus, you need a good gallbladder function to remove that stuff. If you've got a good gallbladder function, the bile will get rid of a lot of heavy metals. This is the problem with vegans and vegetarians, why they have heavy metal toxicity. Not good functioning gallbladder. Use it or lose it. You either use fats to get it to function properly. Otherwise, if you don't, and also emulsify, you need taurine, which is in meat, not in vegetables. And if you're not getting enough, you can't get emulsification. This is why lack of sufficient taurine in the diet, we've got endemic levels of gallbladder surgery. So you still need a good gallbladder. Manganese, for instance, which can be toxic to the brain, very much in a lot of plants. But 90% of it can be excreted through the bile and a lot of other heavy metals as well. Add to that selenide from selenium. As I said, an animal-based diet makes a big difference in being able to deal even with some environmental toxins. But as I said, you should be hydrating with water, with fat, not with water. And you should also, yes, minimize. You don't need as much. Subatomic for Star Trek. It's like a groundwater sucks a bit, those who are genetically adapted to it. It seems to have a negative effect on mitochondria. Yep. Learned that Mexico has some serious water issues. People drinking cola instead of water, and they are better off. Depends on whether it's a plain cola that has no sugar in anything like that, like the old-fashioned colas, or whether it's sugary stuff. Yeah, both is bad, I would say. Look, there's water quality issues in a lot of places around the world, unfortunately. And yeah, it can be a problem. Exactly. Yeah. UAB Biff is right about that. A lot of us have got a lot of accumulated damage. I mean, most of my life, up until I had my heart condition, bypass surgery, alcohol, smoking, my fridge was full of pizzas. That should explain the sort of level of, the sort of garbage that I did to my damage that I did to my body. So, and it sort of explains why I couldn't get up 2 flights of stairs. I was struggling, and why I had massive scarring in my left lung and all sorts of other issues. Yeah, a lot of things weren't working the way they should. And within 5 years after the surgery and quite a few experimentations and changes and going down a lot of rabbit holes, things that had improved quite a bit. And in the last 5 years, they've dramatically improved even further. Now I'm basically jogging distances that I wasn't before when I want to, or lifting weights, or jogging up 9 flights of stairs, and now I don't even get. It doesn't, it's not even much of a challenge anymore. I need a taller building. So, yeah, it takes time, but, if you put in the time and effort and all that and minimize the amount of indiscretions, you will get there in time. And your body will love you for it, because it will extend your quality of life. And the importance is, if you're going to live, you might as well live before you get to see your maker. At least have a good quality of life and do something. And I think it's important that I think it's also a thing of character as well. It's an important thing. It's a bit like, striving to move away from darkness towards the light in terms of faith, but also very important as well that you pick up your act in terms of how you respect your physical entity, and stop degrading it, stop damaging it. It's a gift, and you're treating it like shit. A lot of us do, unfortunately. So, yeah, we've got a lot of work to do, and that's what this channel is all about, to try and help you guys, provide you with information, some biohacks and stuff like that to really turn things around. I just want you guys to be healthier and have happier lives and better family lives as well, and be examples to your own families that are struggling and all that. Mexico, deadly Coca-Cola addiction. Yeah, I've heard a lot about it. It's pretty bad. Yeah. Not good. I woke up to my health after getting 5 stents and 100% to 99%, 90% blockage in my arteries. Yeah. I had, like myself, about 90%. Yeah, it was really bad. And a lot of scar tissue in my heart. Now I have 0 scar tissue. And most of the scarring in my lung has gone away. It's only a smaller bit that's left. It's probably all gone now. I still haven't done that test, but I need to go and do the test. If there's still a bit around, I'll just still continue my taurine and all that to slowly get rid of the remainder. But yeah, very important to get the good nutrition to clear all that sort of stuff out there, to heal. And different people are going to work at different rates. How much mitochondrial damage you have or I have is going to be different. And it means how quick we can heal or is going to be slightly different. So it's not a race who gets there first. It's basically that we all strive and push to try and make our bodies better. It'll help us have a better life, but also help our families as well, because other people rely on us. And we need to look after ourselves to be useful to other people. Live a useful life, a useful and happy life. Otherwise, yes, not good. Dom, back again. Second round, mate, or third round, whatever it is. Did some research on Messiah headlines. Nomadic people, good health, baffle scientists. 19th century scientists said diet was meat, milk, and blood. Modern scientists say it's corn, milk, sugar, and polenta. It's the stuff that Mary actually found, and we're talking about the Maasai that actually living. You know what they do? They fly into Nairobi, into the Kenyan capital. They go and see the Maasai in the cities, and basically they get a bit of a tour, and that's about it, and then they fly out again. A bit like Salad Boy. Went in, stayed for a couple of days, and then pissed off, and then made out that he was an expert in the Hadza. Yeah, absolute, what a joke. But this is how they operate. It's like the research in the blue zones that they did in Greece. A questionnaire which is completely culturally inappropriate, and it excluded a whole lot of foods that they actually ate. And so, yeah, it looked completely different. And then Mary was a vegetarian. She turned up to do research, because she had got a qualification. She wanted to do research in the blue zones. And she turns up to these villages in the center of the island, and she realizes that pastoral, they're eating organ meats, they're eating basically, pork belly and all sorts of different animal foods, goats, chickens, sheep, and also a lot of dairy products. And she's going, this picture looks different from what the research was showing. And that's the problem. George V. Mann was also there. And if you took, obviously the people who were in the mortuary in Nairobi did have some arterial calcification. But the reality is those people were living there not on their traditional diet. But the people out there were different. And Mary saw them. She couldn't keep up with an 80-year-old. She saw people that were centenarians. You don't become a centenarian if there's something wrong with your diet. It just does not happen. Now, the average life expectancy may be low, but who gives a shit about that? People die because of higher infant mortality. They get a cut, they get an infection, they die. It's not the diet that's killing them. It's just their environment. It's a very harsh environment to live in. That's all it is. When you exclude all those other deaths and then look at people without any, exclude all those as a consequence of the living in that environment, and you only look at pathology, actual pathology, cancer, heart disease, these things, none of these people are dying from these things. So they're dying from, exposures to difficult environments or communicable diseases or whatever else. And very little communicable diseases either. They're very robust even when it comes to that area, she noticed. No COVID in these tribal areas. So that surprised her quite a bit. So there's a number of things that surprised her. She was quite taken back. Remember, I interviewed her and we discussed some of these things. And she's a really nice lady. Her heart's in the right place. She believed something and she went and saw with her own eyes that what she believed or what she was told was completely and utter garbage. And that's the problem. People refer back to these studies and they go, oh, look at this study, look at that. And I go, if you really want to know what the Maasai are really like, go and actually live with them for a while like Mary did. Actually really research. Take, blood tests. She blood tested all of them, both women and men, multiple times in different days. Remember, she did this. And they were all running about 1 millimolar in terms of ketones. You're not running 1 millimolar unless you're low carb all the time. So, and because they're eating more meat, they're sort of swinging in and out. And that's why they're in that sort of low-grade ketosis, which is a good place to be. Swinging in and out of ketosis is perfect. And they are in that sweet spot. And that is why they're so healthy and so robust. So they're neither too catabolic and too anabolic. They're really in that sweet spot. And that's why they're healthy into old age. It's perfect. They're the way they are. But the ones that are in the cities, they may be Maasai, but they've abandoned a lot of their stuff. And some of the kids that go to school are now being exposed to seed oils and all that. And she's actually got a campaign to collect money, donations to buy animals for the kids in the schools so they don't get the government garbage of corn, meal and sugar and polenta and all these seed oils as well that they're actually dishing. Remember, she showed photos in one of her videos that she did on True Food, on Food Lies, and she actually showed photos of all these seed oils and refined sugars and all that. Very similar stuff is what Weston A. Price had noticed between the populations that are exposed to the modern foods, the processed foods, and the people that weren't. So, it's sort of history repeating itself. Appalling, but that's what's happening. Slowly they are destroying these populations like all other populations have been damaged. So that's, the Messiah of the past won't be the same Messiah in the future, unfortunately, unless people like Mary and others who have shown an interest to help them. Help their kids. And even their kids, when they go back to the tribal areas, they're exposed to pathogens. They have much less robustness in dealing with them. She talked about that as well, where the kids there that haven't gone, they're still robust. So their immune system is much healthier because they're out in the sun. When you go to the schools, you're in class for many hours. Remember, when you've got a dark skin, your vitamin D levels are going to be much lower because you need more hours in the sun to get the same levels where somebody with a lighter complexion can do it in 30 minutes. Darker complexion requires up to 7 hours. So if you're in class from the morning, you're getting none of this. And then in the afternoon, when, 3, whatever, the sun's starting to go down, you only get 3 hours of sun until the sun goes away. You're not going to get enough. You're going to become deficient in vitamin D, which means you're going to have less than optimal immune system. So yeah, unfortunately. And then the diet is actually going to make you also. So it's crazy. Just history repeating itself again. So unfortunate, but it's the reality. It's clear through the meat features. Only rarely on the Maasai menu. Main parts is 50% consists of vegetarian foods. Yeah, it's all the modern stuff in Nairobi and places like that. The poorer. When you're in a city slum in Nairobi working for nickels, you don't have your ancestral foods around you. That's what you're going to eat. So these are going to be less than optimal, healthy Maasai. But, the academics will zoom into Nairobi, talk to the Maasai, and then zoom out and tell the world they're all vegetarians. Ridiculous. But anyway. They are doing that. That's true. Some of them are doing that and they're selling it, but they're not consuming it. And that was Mary's view. She had actually seen that they were actually cultivating it, but they don't eat it, consume it themselves. But the ones in Nairobi, the ones in the cities, they do. That's true. A lot of them do. I mean, she actually showed a couple of people that were, from a number of the tribes that had big fat bellies, and some of the chiefs that were being gifted a whole lot of sweets. So, yeah, not looking good for those tribal people in the long run. Not at all. Yeah, exactly. I mean, just as pretty bad in that regard as well. The amount of processed food in Alaska and places like that is just ridiculous. Soft drinks and all that is just off the show in a lot of these tribal populations. Off the show. Pretty much, very much so. Well said. Lama, you're late. Where have you been? Are you depleting? Are you finding a secret place to deplete? Is that why you're avoiding us? If bacteria are depleting, how? By getting the deuterium stuck in their nanomotors. That would imply differences in microbiome, would buffer. No, nothing to do with that like that. It's a growth factor. Deuterium is not a bad thing. Even humans use it. Children will uncouple their mitochondria, which means that they're not creating energy. That means they're not rotational energy. They're uncoupling. So you basically do not generate energy, but thermogenic heat. And basically you use deuterium as a growth factor to grow. So that's what they're using. They're not using it for energy production. Bit different. They're using it as a catalytic agent. They got enzymes as well, like we have. Yep. Unless you're getting I do about 10,000, but I do recommend 5 for everyone. Unless you're getting sufficient MK4 and also sufficient retinol in your diet, stick to 5,000. Is pretty much excrement. Can't even be replicated. Yes, can't even be replicated. That was basically by the head of the New England Journal of Medicine, the periodical. She resigned. I forget her name, but she resigned basically because she was disgusted that 95% is excrement and cannot even be repeatable. So it's useless. Good high quality toilet paper, as I call it. Quit smoking about after 35 years of it. Now over a year clean. Sounds good, mate. It's good to hear. Precisely. Yes. And the biggest problem in the UAE as well, I said in Indonesia when I go over there, is also the big issue is that a lot of people are consuming a lot of soft drinks because it's the alternative to alcohol. So it's pretty bad in that regard. So that's a hard one. How do you get rid of something which has become sort of so mainstream in the actual diet over there now? So let's get them back to drinking camel milk, I say, rather than, That should be their drink of choice. They were baffled by their health based on the limited diet rather than considering the original information they gathered was incorrect. Exactly. Yeah, it's a joke. It's pretty much a joke, and it's a joke on us in general. Yes. You mean medium rare the way Bart makes it, according to Pim? Uh, that's it. That's a nice slogan. We could put that on a T-shirt. Ah, yes, definitely, definitely. My grandma made it to 102. Um, always was sharp, her age. She worked like shit and got moldy bread as payment. When I asked why, she said there was nothing else. Yeah, okay. Yeah, not a nice thing to be treated like that. But sometimes, that extra starvation, we saw that with Second World War people, where they had starvation and, you end up more autophagy, cleaning out a lot of poor organelles, and you end up like putting a decade or more onto your life. And we actually saw out of that population, people that were before the Second World War, there was less centenarians. Those people that were teenagers and suffered starvation had more amongst them, more centenarians than so. Fasting does help clearing out the stuff, autophagy. So, you know, there are other confounding variables in that regard. Yes, exactly. Oh, sorry, very bad. Amish and COVID, they all got natural immunity. Now, even mini 2020, everything is working normal in Amish community. Exactly. It's a coronavirus. They're outdoors all the time, so they've got very good vitamin D status. And coronaviruses really are respiratory, and all the enzymes that actually regulate collagen in the lungs and the immune system is regulated has got vitamin D receptors. So it just makes sense. They're outdoors, they're exposed, they've got good vitamin D status. They're not going to have problems. It's a respiratory infections, all coronaviruses of all sorts have an issue with the lungs. They exploit the same similar receptor way to get in, cause the same sort of issues. And if you get an over response, an over immune response, because you don't regulate your immune system with vitamin D, you'll get a cytokine storm, and it usually is a cytokine storm that kills you in the end. So yes, very important. It's an observational, but it's yes, the element there, the mystery element there is vitamin D. They don't put any of that chemical garbage on their skin, and they don't consume seed oils. They eat their own stuff, and it's not processed garbage, and so they don't have the tissue damaged issues on their skin. They got better vitamin D status, better retinol status, and they do use fermented type food, so they got better K2 status. All sort of all explains it why these people are much healthier. Funny thing is, it's about a year into eating only animal. Cough plague was mild flu and has worse before 210 on the plague doctor scale. Yep. Look, a lot of people, I used to, before my kibble days, constantly getting sick, constantly. Very hard for me to get really sick nowadays. Going against the wave of your culture is not easy. I know, I understand. Going against doctors is not easy. Everyone is waiting for you to fumble. Yeah, I know. It's bloody hard. I've had that. Eventually, my doctor got around, And he goes, I look, I know my doctors. I used to play cards with him, Texas Hold'em, in bygone years with him and his wife. And Andrew just goes, look, if it works for you and it seems to be working and you're much better, who am I to argue? Continue doing what you're doing. He basically said to me last time. He just said, I just wanted you to do these tests to see where you're at, so with my lungs, that is, because he said the last one we did was a few years ago. So, yep. I said, not a problem. Morning. How are you? Did you do any sunbaking yet, Luke? Or you just dropped in to say hello and then off to the sunbaking? Anyway, I'm at the bottom. Look at you, Harry. As a true survivor and teacher, fully respect your experience and knowledge. Very thankful to all what you do for us. Look, you're welcome. When you've suffered, yeah, you're sort of I've got to the stage in life I want to give back. I've taken enough from the world, and I did a lot of wrong things myself, and proper thing is to give back, and help others as much as possible. Boris said live on TV that the jab doesn't stop you from contracting the virus or passing it on, but you need to get your booster. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Well, coronaviruses are these. We're not talking about the whole thing. People need to understand is this is not polio. This is not measles. This is not any of these things. It's a coronavirus. Coronaviruses are a bit different. So you can be immunized against polio or measles or whatever, and not be like a super spreader. You can have a COVID vaccine and still be a super spreader. Coronaviruses are different. Why do you think it's been impossible to create a flu vax that actually works? And all we do is, by having flu vaccinations every bloody year, is we actually put more because it's very mutagenic, it mutates quite a bit. All we do is put more evolutionary pressure and force it to change and become. So what do I do periodically every 2 years? I just update my template, because if I wait until 10 years, it'll have mutated so much and so different that if I get it then, it's going to really make me sick. But I'd rather not use it at all and use vitamin D. But the thing is, you're putting evolutionary pressure when there's no need to. But that's what they're doing. And that's what they're doing with this one as well. That's why, we are where we are currently, unfortunately. Coronaviruses, basically, because they mutate way easier than anything else. No vaccine is 100%, and there's no vaccine will stop being contagious, or the difference is it'll just lower how sick you get. That means your innate immunity will be a bit better, primed, so it can actually respond a bit quicker, so you don't get as sick. That's all it does. It minimizes how sick you get, but it doesn't eliminate you contracting or passing it on. And boosters and masks are not going to basically do it. You want to prevent anything from spreading, get into a full virology suit. That's the only way. Can you imagine everybody walking around in virology suits? How, like bubble boys and bubble girls, how ridiculous would that be? When all you need is vitamin D to basically have a good vitamin D status, would minimize a lot of these issues. It's just bloody crazy, to say the least. He's absolute moronic, like the rest of the politicians that are listening to garbage from stupid epidemiologists who are just trying to make a career out of this. I'm curious about the deuterium content of nutritional yeast. I got no idea what the deuterium levels of nutritional yeast are. Couldn't tell you. even if I wanted to. I've never looked into it. Never seen it as an important thing to find out about. uh, don't know. Be interesting. Just thinking about it. Okay, yeah, we're talking about yeast. Would they use it as a growth factor? Maybe. Could they concentrate it? Maybe. I'm just thinking out aloud now. I could be completely wrong. So let me make that quite clear. All I'm doing is thinking out aloud. They do have growth factors that they activate, yeast that is. So could they use it to potentially? But I've got no idea what the content of it would be. And then again, most people are using so little. If they're using, not that I recommend it, it probably wouldn't be a real big problem. But still, again, no idea, mate. No idea. Can't help you. Ivor has a new video out on the issue. Got a good perspective. Okay, I'll have to check it out. Fully respect your mission and dedication. I've never seen anyone as you, Harry. Thanks, mate. Appreciate it. Spartan genes. Well, actually, my ancestry, the majority of my genes do come from that region. I did actually show my 23andMe to everyone. I probably do have to do a video just showing, my origins, so to speak, my genetic origins. So maybe some people will find that interesting. Probably will only get a few views, but it's not a high priority. But at some point, I'll probably do something like that along those lines. In Romania, only 30% are vaccinated, but the state didn't let medications against COVID plague, and they use the mortality to propagandize on vaccines at TV. Okay, propaganda at its apocalyptic level. Okay, so they're using all this sort of crazy stuff. Look, it's everywhere. It's crazy. It's the end of the world. Give us a break. It's just a bit worse than the flu, marginally worse than a bad flu. Year. That's all it is. These people are just ridiculous. All his chest and get a spear. You guys still on the Spartan thing? Second battle of Thermopylae. God. Harry versus the Persians. Nice one. Third friend with vaccination damage, blood clots in the leg. Also gets kidney problems. Yeah. Some people are really bad clotters. They have some genes that are really, and it doesn't matter, it can get really bad for some of them. Problematic at worst. I hope he gets better. Get him onto citrulline, Alex. Tell him about citrulline and tell him about vitamin D. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, my sister's a teacher, the older one, and she's basically in the same spot. Yep. Yeah, teachers are really in a difficult spot. They're basically being threatened to be sacked. Yes, not good. Oops. Is that bloody hell? That's young. That is damn young. Look, if you got genetics that you clot very easily, yeah. That's a good. Well, he's here, Lukey. So Lukey's probably watching. He's probably actually designing a Spartan Harry, in full. I hope you've basically got like the vest has got like some animal components and stuff like that. Just we need to make it good looking. Yes. I'd like to talk about our Lord and Savior, vitamin D. Sacrilege. DJ projectors. Wacky toaster. Sacrilege. Yes. Yes. Anyway, guys, I better get going. It's it's 10:30. I need to get to bed by 11 o'clock. I do have work tomorrow. So thanks for being here. I appreciate it. And there'll be a few things that I'll be releasing next week. So get ready for that sort of stuff. So there'll be a few things that will excite the natives in that regard. While doing history research, discovered the Roman legionnaires function best on dried meat, and successful generals knew the secret. Ah, yes. GN8 Harry. Not sure what am I? Am I an 8 out of 10? Only an 8 out of 10? A wacky toaster. You're welcome, mate. Take care. Definitely, mate. Definitely. Always enjoy the sun and some meat. Thanks, Dave. I hope you get out soon and you enjoy yourself in London. How long are you staying there for? You're welcome, mate. Good good night. Thanks, mate. Cheers to you as well. Thanks, Tom. Thanks, DJ Projectors. Anyway, I better get out of here. Have a good night or a good day wherever you are on this planet. And Bert, see you, mate. And I will see you lovely people next week. Definitely. Couple of months, I guess. Okay, enjoy yourself. See you, Tom. I'm out of here before you guys say too much. See you.